Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and everyone watching us on various platforms worldwide. Thank you very much for joining us and thank you for being our very dedicated and very valued community members. Our Destiny community here on the channel is thriving and rapidly growing. I'm so glad to say that I've had quite a few messages since our stream yesterday, which indeed has been very, very popular. We've had within a couple of hours more than about 170 viewers who actually watched the whole stream, so that's that's astonishing. And I think our friends from the US, Zenith and Warsav will be very, very happy to hear this, because we had a lengthy, very, very fertile discussion on all sorts of issues that indeed concern gamers worldwide, and many of those were connected to the maintenance of our health, because both myself and Warsav are people who are working within the health profession, or I should say we had worked within the field, and we are very knowledgeable on what to do if you want to be keeping yourself healthy and well, and indeed in the zone, as we say, if you are to be a very, very successful gamer or professional in any other discipline. We talked about everything that's really necessary and required for that degree of health maintenance, and that included all sorts of issues, from being able to get a good night's sleep, through the maintenance of physical fitness, to the way we survived the pandemic. The list just goes on and on. So I really want to invite everyone who's watching, who's here with us today, if you have a moment, definitely have a look at all that we said. It was a lengthy discussion, and we had some very fertile, very pertinent activities in Destiny as well. They included Silver Strikes, and then later we cracked on with Kreuter, and Kreuter indeed was take a bit of time, as we were 3Ps doing it, but eventually we completed it with great level of success. And if anybody wants to have a very good walkthrough on how to really complete a strike, well, that is definitely going to be a very, very good one, because our friend Warsav was teaching us on how to really complete the strike with ease, and gave us lots of tips in terms of what we are to be using, wearing, where we had to be going in order to complete certain sections of the strike, etc., etc. So it was definitely very interesting. But as I said, it was one of the most fertile discussions on the maintenance of our own health in a while that we would have had on the channel. So I'm very, very glad that indeed we all participated, and we had obviously many viewers and listeners afterwards, which is terrific. So I just want to say that if you've not been able to see it live, then watching it on playback both on Twitch and YouTube, as I archive everything there, will be of great assistance, and surely will be of some interest to you if you are thinking of what is actually ethical gaming, what is gaming which is delivered in a healthy, sound framework, where you are succeeding, where you are building your community membership, and indeed not overstraining yourself. So very, very interesting to go through all the points that we made. And you know, we've heard quite a lot on how, for instance, people in the US were surviving the pandemic, and what the collateral was, and what sorts of threats and scares people did have in their local communities. It's very, very interesting to compare the notes, as we've had here on the channel. Our anti-COVID group, or I should say COVID support group, as we join forces from around the world in order to really make everyone fully sociable, fully engaged, and never ever alone or isolated. And that was one of the major achievements of the channel so far in the 5 years of its existence. And we've had these groups spread out between two different games, One was Destiny and the other Warzone, and we've had very many people joining us, and as you've seen, or indeed if you are one of our regular community members, the discussions during that period were very, very pertinent, and we had so many people joining the force, through which we were making ourselves very sociable, very engaged, and never ever alone in the dark when facing that terrible threat. And something to learn from that, really. I think what we concluded yesterday was that the video gaming interactive forums online, that includes Twitch, YouTube, and other social networking platforms, so I guess Twitch and YouTube being amongst the most popular, where the games are being streamed live, are some of the most pertinent, the most powerful, the most incredible interactive forums that have huge amount of power, probably the biggest and the greatest ever seen to man, as one of the executives of Xbox concluded during their presentation a couple of weeks ago, and I completely agree with this. Here is not just to play games, but to engage with people who are like-minded and talk about everything. So the capacity for support, for assistance, for education is almost sky high, and we definitely want to be fully engaged. We want to make sure that our communities are growing, but also to deliver these forums within that ethical framework. Something else that popped up yesterday in our discussion, in fact, that was probably one of the key points initially through which we managed to get our discussion going, was the issue of Twitch and the updates and the problems that the updates are causing, from the difficulties experienced on Twitch apps that are delivering the live streams on consoles, to the fact that they've changed the settings without actually telling us. And I discovered yesterday, out of the blue, without any sort of warning, that Twitch had changed the new membership criteria. So for instance, some of the new members who were coming in, for instance Zenith, who joined our community recently during the last couple of weeks, was getting a restriction which said to him that for 30 days, as he was a new member, he could not participate. He had to be waiting 30 days, 1 month, before he could talk on the chat. That is just beyond insane. Why on earth would Twitch want to be introducing this if they want to be having a community that is very live, interactive, and communicating through chat and other forums that they are providing is just unbelievably ridiculous. And I really, I got so angry. So obviously, first of all, I was unaware of it, and secondly, Zenith wasn't sure what was causing it. And then our friend Warsaw indicated he was experiencing the same thing as he joined our community, and I discovered after going through the settings that there has been this change applied remotely, as well as very many other changes on the settings that were not really communicated to us as streamers. So if you are a streamer and if you've not been paying attention to it, and you've seen that perhaps the traffic on your chat had been significantly decreasing, well, that's the sheer reason for it, because you will not get any notifications of other people, the new community members, or people who are just like a passing traffic, going through the channel. They will not be able to communicate anything, because they will get the message telling them that they have to wait 30 days before they can contact you. I just can't understand that sort of nonsense. I don't know what's caused it and who initiated it, but Twitch and YouTube are all about interactivity, about communication and social engagement. And if you have that applied, I mean, surely the streamer should have been told, right? And if you're a streamer, make sure that you are investigating the settings thoroughly, because there may be some other things applied that will be clashing with your perspective or anything that you wish to be achieving through your community membership. It's really talked about quite a bit recently. I had quite a few messages on Reddit, and I'll read out a few of them shortly as we get to our community content. I don't know what's going on, really, to be honest with you. I think Twitch is probably experiencing some major difficulty with the human resources, because on one hand, they're not providing the assistance which is required for the live streaming members, right? People who are the streamers via Twitch. And on the other hand, they are pursuing the aggressive monetization policy, for which everybody is being left really quite unhappy. So I'm not sure what's happening at the company, but certainly what I've seen yesterday made me very worried, because it certainly would be impairing covertly, without any streamer knowing anything about it, and it would be just affecting the whole stream with the degree of interaction, social engagement, and first point contact. Because when people come in to a new stream, they want to say hello, how are you doing, who's out there, what kind of games you like playing, have you been with Destiny, for instance, in this case, for a long while. And one of the first questions that our friend Warsam asked, how long have you been playing Destiny? Because obviously, being a Destiny veteran, he would want to know what the degree of knowledge, expertise, and everything else is. So I'd like to advise everyone to triple check the settings, because I'm not even sure when these changes were applied. It's very, very hard to tell, and you just don't believe it, really, do you? You are committed to the platform, and you generate contacts and you do everything to the best of your ability, and then you discover that actually the company that is providing you with the access to live streaming is causing you these kinds of difficulties. I'll have to write to them and ask, well, what's the idea? Also, what I discovered yesterday, if you're having automated mods on Twitch, what you do is you need to be adjusting the bots, what they're going to be doing to your stream, and you need to be doing things like, for instance, what words are prohibited if you're having an auto mod prohibiting certain kinds of things from being written on the chat. And I discovered yesterday there's a massive inclusion of the words and slang from the US that have never really entered to a setting. Obviously, I appreciate it, because these words are commonly used and I do not want to have them here. It's a family-friendly channel, and it's the best that they're being blocked straight away. But I mean, surely they could have told me that these kinds of things were going to be included remotely, so that I could double check and make sure that this is agreeable with whatever I've got on the channel, because obviously I have my own terms and conditions for. It was really so great to see that two of our community members who came yesterday were able to raise the issue, and therefore we had it resolved. Right, so the other thing I want to tell you is, as we had quite a lot of community-based activity here live online during last week, I have been posting some of that content on Twitter. So this is my Twitter, and please, if you have a moment, just have a look and click on that button that has got the Twitter sign here on the About page, and have a look, because we have some of our recent squad mates who are our community members nicely displayed there. And also it's indicating what we were about to do, because yesterday we had several tasks in mind, one of which was to complete the weekly Sivas and story missions, and then the other was to complete that Crota strike that 2 days ago, or a few days ago, we were trying to complete, but actually as a three-piece and without really proper knowledge on the raid, we were failing to do so. And yesterday our friend was able to help us tremendously, as well as to provide us with walkthrough, so anyone interested in doing the raid, which is the Kreuter raid here in Destiny 1, can get some good knowledge, not just on how to complete it, but also you'll be provided with lots of tips, as our friend from the US is a true veteran of Destiny. He spent 15,000 hours in the original game, so if you have any questions related to the game, or anything you want to still explore or learn, well, just feel free to ping a question here. I'll forward it to him and he'll be able to answer, and be very, very happy to engage with any newbies or veterans, people who want to learn perhaps about strategies or some tips on how to complete things better, how to do speedruns, or anything which is game related. So it was being absolutely fantastic. We had a lot of fun, and the Twitter postings indicate that our members Zenith, UTF for Girl, and Warsat have been very engaged with activity here live online, albeit coming from them as some of our the newest members. So this is really, really, really good. I'm very happy to see this on the channel, because this channel had been very interactive in the past. I've not been streaming for a while due to various technical issues here at the property where I live, and we are basically back in full force. I think the session yesterday probably the best I've had since the pandemic, and with all the information given, with all the tips, and the discussion on health and everything, which is gaming, health, and life related. It was just the perfect session. It's just the best possible, and I really sort of want to invite everyone to have a look at it, at least for a while, to get an idea of what this channel is about and how interactive it can be. So let me just see what we've got on Twitter there. There's several tweets, and they basically have us on display. We have one that says, "What awaits us in the dark?" We have myself and UTF Girl looking into the distance, thinking about the Traveller. I think it's a perfect pitch for what we had this week in Destiny 2 with that animated sequence, and we are sort of getting to know exactly what Traveller actually was and what happened in the past in relation to the Witness. So it's a very, very good vignette, giving us a more of the narrative, answering lots of questions that the community members were raising over the last few years. And the two of us are just looking into the Traveller, thinking about what will happen next. And obviously this is from the original game, but still I really look forward to all that is to follow, particularly the next DLC and the presentation in August that Bungie will be doing. So anyone who is a Destiny veteran, make sure you definitely put that date in your diary and watch it, because we'll learn all about what will happen to the game, not just within the next 12 months, but they'll talk about their plans for the future as well. We have there also another one which I think we had completed on Friday, where UTF Girl and Zenith and myself were doing some Siva strikes. Then we have Kreuter Raiders ahead, that is Lupus Arius, that is our friend Warsav, who has a different user ID on PlayStation. Zenith, myself, and Lupus Arius, again looking at the Traveller, getting ready for that Kreuter raid. And then we have also a few other pictures in there, with one where I'm relaxing with another chap who looks like Taken King, and he is indeed seated there and having a cup of tea together with me. So, interesting to have a look, and we'll have a lot more of that community-based content on Twitter. Anytime we complete something interesting, I'll take a screenshot and then I will be delivering it there. It's an ideal hub for other people to get involved if they're watching a stream, or if they want to communicate, or indeed if they want to contact some of our community members directly, because once you start posting tweets under that picture, then they will be able to see and they can connect. A perfect way of both building a community and also expanding on the number of participants in your own raids and strikes. Alright, so let's have a look at what's been going on overall in addition to my stream. First of all, I can tell you that the weather in here had changed. We've had absolutely scorching hot weather, plagued by massive humidity for about 2 or 3 weeks, and I didn't know what to do anymore because it's so hot indoors, and outside also scorching hot and humid. But we had a bit of respite on the night before last, so it was we didn't have any rain, but for some kind of cool together with the breezy wind and cold wind. We had that changed, so the temperature dropped by about 12 degrees. It's a lot more pleasant. It's no longer 32, 34 outside, but rather 21, 22, and it was probably about 10 degrees at night. So very easy for me to sleep, to get my well-deserved rest, and to clear my head in order to be able to talk articulately here, because you've seen in some of the broadcasts I really was not up to scratch, and that was that humidity and heat affecting me. I do apologize for that, but it's just one of those things, really. What could you do? Drink a lot of cold water and try to really clear my head, get fresh air, but there's no fresh air, it's it's the trouble. I breathe in that hot air and humidity from outside, and together with this massive big Sony setup in here, 60-inch TV Sony Bravia, which actually does heat up a lot. It gets a bit like being in a Turkish bath or sauna, and I don't have to lose any weight. I'm not overweight, but I was losing a few pounds during that period of a couple of weeks, and I'm not sure whether to be angry or grateful. Well, I guess the time will tell. So that's exactly what's been going on here with me, and every time after I complete my stream I go swimming, and yesterday I had a really good swim and then a bit of a stroll afterwards, and then I picked up some stuff which was like a small supper rather than dinner, right? And sat in a park and ate that day. It was just perfect. It was just like a perfect day. Really loved it. I had a brilliant community-based session here. So many interesting things that I both heard and learned. And then having a good swim, and after that having a bite to eat, sitting in the park, enjoying a very, very pleasant evening. It was like really mild, neither hot nor cold, definitely no humidity there, just perfect. So I was very, very grateful and thankful and humbled that indeed I was able to experience that within one day. Let's think what's happening out there. Let's see what news we are getting, and still lots of news and lots of discussions related to well, 2 or 3 major topics. We talked about this yesterday quite a bit, and you've heard me go on about Microsoft and the deal with Activision, which is experiencing obstacles, and a lot of questions directed at Todd Howard, the boss of Bethesda, and everything Starfield linked and related, because obviously this is probably the biggest release of this year. Yes, we could talk about Diablo and other games, but ultimately Starfield was in the making 24 years, and 10 years of the actual work on it, 8 years of production. So it's a massive big game with huge amounts of interesting content and some very innovative approaches to the kind of space exploration type of game and system. So lots of questions really arising from the interviews that Howard had with several hubs last week, and he talked to IGN and Kind of Funny Games, lengthy interviews. The interviews were longer than an hour, so he literally went through every single bit that they delivered in their presentation, as well as answered questions coming from various community members. So definitely very much of interest. If you're interested, definitely make sure you go to YouTube, dig up his interviews, have a look at what he's got to say, because the rundown on the topics is sizable, and he is telling you quite a lot, not just about Starfield, but his own kind of vision perspective on the gaming world and all games related. For instance, what the influences on the game were, what he sees as his own future, how many games he will work on, all the other things that are indeed related to a variety of different fields that will be aligned with Bethesda and their kind of game making process. But it was definitely very interesting, and I certainly became a lot more knowledgeable on both himself as a video game creator and the new project overall. I think he is keeping cards close to his chest. He does not want to be creating an environment where things are being given away with ease, because ultimately the game needs to be both satisfying for the gamers and then offering us some surprises, which obviously is the very best thing. And I guess that leads us to the questions that were being raised since yesterday. And these questions, I guess, are triggered off by a few things he had mentioned in the interview, one of which was to do with the game being offered digitally. He didn't specify exactly whether the game was going to be all digital or whether there will be a limited edition of physical copies, or whether they will be releasing some of those for PC or consoles. But there's a huge speculation, as we get it nowadays. As soon as somebody mentions something which is slightly controversial, all sorts of speculations start flowing. So presently the speculation is that Starfield will be all digital, and I don't think that's the case. I don't really think that, considering the Ultimate Edition that will give you both the console and the controller and a few other things, you would be getting just a digital download. I may be mistaken, but I still think that collectibles for those people who will pre-order are likely to be there. But anyway, there's a huge speculation on whatever is out there and whether they will be just giving it to you digitally. The industry is progressing down this route. Easy access, instant downloads, digital delivery. They call it also smart delivery at Xbox, because when you have a game that's been made for the previous generation of consoles like Xbox One, and then you will have it remastered and adapted for the next gen. It will be all automated, so you will get this so-called smart delivery that will automatically upgrade the game. And I've got to say the difference is very remarkable. I have played quite a number of games on Xbox One that later have been adapted for the use of on the new consoles, and when you have it on a very good setup with high quality TVs, the difference is incredible. Destiny is a very good example. We talked about it yesterday on our stream. If you are to be playing Destiny 2, not Destiny 1 though, on the next gen console, then what you get is much greater resolution, phenomenal illumination, every detail can be seen, and also if you are entering caves or very dark spaces, you're able to distinguish everything with ease, and I think that is truly remarkable compared to the old. So it's much better quality resolution, greater illumination, attention to detail, and everything else. So this is automated, so it comes in digitally. If you're on Xbox, it will be upgraded automatically overnight. As you know, the console does provide that. You don't have to have it switched on, and it's just better quality gaming. It's more immersive. It's more illuminating. It's more. It's better from every angle, and I quite like the idea. I also have got to say, in view of the way the systems work, having those physical discs, or the use of physical drives, has become a bit of a burden, particularly on Xbox, I have to say, as Xbox does not register the information that comes in on the digital drive, on the physical drive, and all the stats, all the details and everything that don't show up. So I have very many 360 games, Xbox original games, and they don't register on the catalog that's there. The reason for that is that they will just register everything that's gone in digitally. It's to do with the way the system works. Maybe in the future that'll change. But also, if you're traveling, if you are somebody who wants to be attending conventions or meeting other community members around the world, you got to be carrying these discs with you. And that's the trouble. Keeping them as collectible items and have them at home is all well and fine, but up to a point where they integrate the whole system. So irrespective of the fact whether you've got it on a physical drive or whether you purchase it digitally, all of those things should be basically popping up on your catalog, so that you can basically see every single detail at all times. And there's still that degree of discrepancy. You get it on achievements, all the achievements are there, but simply in terms of the games that you are using and playing, there is this degree of discrepancy, and I hope that this is going to be resolved in the future. Also, physical drives already had been seen as something belonging to the past, and as we've seen, for instance, with the film industry, they're not producing any DVD or Blu-ray players anymore because everything goes down through the digital high quality downloads. And I think video game industry is taking the same view, but I still do believe that the discs will remain in circulation for certain editions. And you've seen that, for instance, Ultimate and Special and Platinum editions, and the special type of product that they're offering will always have something of the sort, and they will be banking on pre-orders. So for instance, for Starfield or for Diablo, if they had, let's say, 2 million pre-orders, then they can have 2 million discs created well in advance, and the physical product will not go to waste. Do you see what I mean? Because pitching exactly the product to the people who ordered it, and there will be no waste. And I think from the kind of ecological point of view, this is also incredibly important, because you've seen that Microsoft can a new direction, and they have a whole department that works on kind of helping the nature, a title, but I keep forgetting what it is. I listened to the executive the other day on Xbox podcast, and it was fantastic. It was incredible. I mean, she is a person who worked for the federal government. She worked in various UN departments, and somebody who is the world's renowned specialist in this field, which is how to protect our environment, how to protect the nature. And there is that significance, because a lot of stuff which is produced turns to waste, and we've seen the quantity of product that's being turned to sent to basically waste bins and dumpsters has been just exponentially rising, and that includes everything made of plastic and metal. So having that sort of system in mind almost certainly will help and alleviate the problem, and I'm very much in favor of the whole process. But I also think that if people want to be collecting certain items, then there needs to be that degree of understanding for that to be made possible. It will not be in such if you are restricting the sheer numbers of the copies which are being made, then those copies in due course will have a massively enhanced value because there are fewer in circulation, and that's very the product, and that will be boosting the drives of those people who like collecting. I think of, for instance, something else. In the old days, there would be a certain number of graphic novels or comics that were in circulation, and there was a certain number, and the number would be increasing if there was like global interest for Marvel or DC comics, for instance, or any other as it goes. And then these ones would become highly collectible after they were no longer in circulation, and the numbers were dropping because some people were not keeping comics. Some people just bin them, and as the number of the accessible copies got reduced, then the value, and that's the reason as to why some of the original comics are so incredibly expensive if you want to purchase them today through auctions and specialist sites. The same thing will happen with this particular field. And there's a speculation, as I said, about Starfield, but I think don't really buy into any of this. It's just literally highly speculative, as he had not stated as yet what the actual score will be, and I think it will be divided between one and the other. So let me just go through the news. I have quite a few written in here. We'll just focus on Bethesda. And let me see, there's been some news coming in overnight as well. I've not actually read everything as yet. I see. Because of the speculation since yesterday, Bethesda offered further clarification. So after several days of confusion and conflicting statements, Bethesda has confirmed to Eurogamer the details in its freshly resurfaced Starfield pre-order bonus page that were recently updated to provide clarification on the inclusion of a disc in certain versions of the game's physical release, and that the information featured on the page is correct. It is very important because there have been serious problems, if you recall, a few years ago when they released Fallout 76, and the collectors, when pre-ordering, were told that they will get the original canvas bag that is, I guess, aligned to the canvas bags that you will see or certain items within the game. So you are in possession of that game. It's similar to what you had with the original special edition of Fallout 3, where you would get, I can't remember, he's a Pip-Boy, the boy from Fallout. I just can't remember actually what he's called. And this figurine would be in the tin. And I've got one of these, which was a big tin, identical to what you would have seen in the game, and then the figurine is inside. You have some special cards and various other bits and pieces were parts of that. So that, for Fallout 3 that worked fine, but for Fallout 64 they promised the bag, and then instead of getting a proper canvas bag, I think they were getting a paper one, or there was some sort of completely different type of product offered, or in some of the editions the product was not in there at all. And for a collector who paid $200 or $300 for the full pack, this was just unimaginably poor, and there was huge uproar everywhere about it. And Bethesda then apologized, and they were sending out these bags a bit, a few weeks, few months later. So everyone who ordered the actual special edition was provided with this at a certain date. But initially it seemed like they were cutting corners, they're not to spend, or it just seemed completely wrong. And I think purely in terms of trading standards, if you're offering a product which is being sold under certain descriptions, it has got to be living up to the standards. You can't be just saying you're going to get a canvas bag and you get a paper one, or there's going to be a canvas bag in there and then it's not there. So I think in view of the problem that was persisting with the release of Fallout 64, and this was on the top tier editions, there has been a huge concern about this, which is just what I described earlier, and that's exactly the reason as to why they obviously stood to attention and they tried to remedy the whole problem by providing further clarification. So its final word on the matter appears to be that, as below, Starfield's physical standard edition for Xbox will contain a disc, but the physical standard edition for PC will not. And I think that's strange, because they were making their games originally for PCs, so I don't know what the idea is. And it may be that they're doing this because Bethesda is not part of Microsoft Group, right? And therefore anyone who belongs to Xbox Game Pass or is a member of the Xbox community will have that as priority. And obviously they're part of that group, albeit Xbox Game Pass can be played on PCs. You can download a game, and I'm sure that Starfield will be accessible on all platforms that Xbox supports. So it's strange. And then they said instead it will be including a digital download code for the game. That is for the PC Special Edition version. Meanwhile, all versions of the physical Constellation Edition will only include a digital download code. And we know that Starfield will be launching on the 6th of September. So, I mean, that's the clarification, and there's been a very big uproar coming from the community as people are very worried that the same sort of situation will be repeating itself. And we obviously don't want to see that. We want to see happy gamers. We want to see people who are fully engaged with the new game, participating, interacting, and feeling that the overall gaming experience is highly satisfactory, just in the way as Todd Howard would have described it the other day. They said the actual time span of the production is irrelevant. What is most significant is how the game will actually work, and whether the people, the gamers, and most importantly, the developers, because they all play the game at all times, will be happy with what is. The developers, as gamers, will have a significantly different idea to what people in the community will actually appreciate or see as a very good game, and sometimes could be seen as a complete shot in the dark. But what is really beautiful about the way the games are made today is that many of these things can actually be corrected. So if you have the online access to whatever is in the game, and if the game does have that add-on, then they can be adjusting the game accordingly, and I think that makes a huge difference to literally everything that you're experiencing in any game. So for instance, as we've seen with Fallout 64, we've seen that with Cyberpunk in particular, but we did see this in, for instance, Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. The initial displeasure arising from the community had been remedied by adjustments which were based on the comments coming from the people who are playing the game, and I feel that that is really critical. So we all have to be a bit more understanding if certain things do not turn out as desired, but if the developer is listening to what community members are actually requesting or saying, and then eventually they're adjusting it, then obviously we'll have peace, and eventually the game will turn out to be as good as we wanted it to be. So let me see what else they have there on Starfield. Yeah, so there is this talk about the romance, and I talked about this yesterday. He said that only 4 characters will be able to engage with this kind of romance-based activity, and they said that you can only date your co-workers in Starfield. So the only 4 main constellation companions will have fully fleshed out romances. So let me see. It's a big issue for many people. I mean, I quite enjoy romancing characters, and I've done that in several games, and it's really so great to see that the actual in-game activity mirrors what we have in everyday life, and not doing it or preventing it or cutting down on it is certainly, that is not going to be very popular with the present and age gamers. And he said there's a limit to the options of long-term, fully developed romances you can pursue. And an audience question posted by Courtney asked, are the Constellation companions the only ones that are able to be romanced? To which Todd replied, the 4 main Constellation NPCs are the ones that support full quest lines for them and romance. Don't forget, they probably can adjust that in due course, but you know, that's the way it is, that's the way it stands today. And they said this is something of a relief, considering this is a guy from PC Gamer who's writing this article. We have not been too jazzed about smooching with Bethesda's usual plastic face cast. Still, that long-form romance is only possible with 4 whole characters in a game with over 1,000 planets, which he believes is completely wild. Well, he's just speculating, and I think we need to wait to see what happens as the game is released. Let me just see. There was another one. Yeah, there's this article on Forbes by Paul Tassi, and he says that only 10% of Starfield planets have life on them. I think there also is a speculation about his 1,000 planets and Howard was asked about this, and he was asked about how they created the whole system, whether there were services or whether each one by their development team, and he was explaining this in that I didn't quite understand the full description because it's fairly technical, or it's based on the actual developmental process. But it's of my understanding that many planets will have some activities to complete. Whether that's going to be applicable to 1,000 planets is a different matter, but don't forget, once the game comes out, it will also have the future DLCs, and the DLCs could be taking place on various planets, so people shouldn't be disappointed if it's only a small number with certain types of activities present at the launch. But Paul Tassi says, I've seen some people attempting to use the recent reveal that only 10% of Starfield's 1,000 planets will have life on them to be, of course, this game is actually shallow sort of moment. He said, I would file this claim under fanboy nonsense and argue that this is really not a big deal at all and wholly expected. Well, this is again a speculation. The fact you don't have life on a planet doesn't mean that there will not be activities to be completed, and you can have colonists, you can have other types of things which you can be exploring, like collecting materials, exploring the wilderness and doing other things. I know that some of that is not popular with people who prefer people who like RPG stroke shooter games. I know that in Mass Effect that was highly unpopular, where you had to be grinding for certain materials and going to certain planets. There was nothing much to do but just looking for these materials, and some of them were really quite hard to find. And I'm not that keen on empty drives. You just drive, and nothing's happening, and it becomes really a bit tedious in a lengthy game. It's different if the game lasts 10 hours, but if you're playing like 500 hours, it's a different story altogether. In fact, I'm doing Andromeda at the moment, and I've got to say that the weakest part of the game is this driving around, because the vehicle they created is abysmally poor. It's not suited for most terrains that you have in the game. It looks like one team was working on the vehicle and another on the terrain, which I find bizarre, because at the end of the day, the vehicle should be useful if you are indeed going through that terrain, and that doesn't seem to be working at all in Andromeda. Probably the weakest point of the game altogether, in addition to the problem with the engine and the framing when she has, or when your lead character has conversations with many NPCs. But I think it's extremely important that when you are exploring this open world, you have things which are interesting to do, and maybe activities which will be to a degree connected. So this is one thing, like you're looking for materials on this planet and you spend, 10 hours just looking for something which is of no significance. That is always extremely unpopular. I think it belongs to the old gen games. We have different sort of structure applied today, and indeed the activities can be fairly hectic and they can be interconnected. So he said that that's the biggest strength of Bethesda games, that there's no empty runs. Whatever you do will be blending in with the narrative one way or the other, and I think it remains to be seen. And I think that Tassi is just saying that a lot of people are speculating on the 10%, and And you said, like, for instance, echoing what I just described, there's nothing to say that planets without life couldn't be interesting, which is what Howard did say in these interviews. And he said, does he? That is, I'm not actually sure that not having life means native life or any life. If it's only the former, you could have bandit mining colonies or military outposts or whatever in lieu you might be discovering, or some wild creatures. But that's right, because obviously you can say there's no life on the planet, but actually the planet could be colonized, and therefore there is some other life that is not, I guess, the original type of species that will live on that planet. And the speculative world just seems to be very, very rife at the moment. So let me see. Yeah, that's probably all about Starfield and Todd Howard. We have some information on Destiny, and we've heard from Bungie yesterday that Saladin is nearly ready to ship out. Iron Banner concludes at this week's reset, and they also said Season of the Deep's final Iron Banner will return on July the 11th. So definitely worth keeping in mind. And if you like Iron Banner, then definitely crack on and collect the bounties and do as much as possible. I think Iron Banner is liked, but generally seen as reasonably unpopular because it comes into that sort of repetitive mode within a season, and I've seen a lot of criticism on Reddit in particular launched on Bungie for not making it more interesting, either with extra loot or spicing it up with some different maps or something. And I agree with that. I think I've done Iron Banner many times in the past, and it just seemed like a sort of activity where you just keep doing the same sort of thing, and if there aren't really particular rewards which you can utilize on or see as useful for your future game development, then what's the point? Obviously doing it with mates is fun, but it does have its own time limit, how many times you want to do it. And I talked about this yesterday. I think the games like Mass Effect, or the decision making or decision affecting types of games have much greater replayability element than the standard PvP like Battle Royale. The strength of PvP Battle Royale is in the membership of your squad. If you have a great squad, every single game is a different story, and you really enjoy it, and you approach it from that angle and you enjoy it. But if you're doing the game with random matchmaking, and if you're doing it again and again, it doesn't have the same appeal. Of course, they created these games to be played with regular squads, but at the same time, we know that lots and lots of people are very busy, and they can't be always available for Battle Royale, and therefore what we do get is maybe 50-50. As you've seen on this channel, sometimes for Warzone I had my regular squad every single day, but if they were tied up with something, then I had half a squad, or other people coming in on random matchmaking, which always is a mixed bag. Sometimes could be absolutely fantastic and amazing. Most of the times it will be troubling, because people that come in are of all sorts and not really aligned with the principles on how to play the game, therefore frequently causing issues amongst the existing squad members and not really doing what's supposed to be done there in order to complete the task, like being unfriendly, doing solos in quads and doing their own thing, not helping, not buying people back. And I guess the games like Destiny 2 provide that option, so you have the multitude of activities and a multitude of different forums to which you can team up with others, and I think that is certainly a very, very great strength of this Bungie's masterpiece. So let's see what else we have on Destiny. I think that's probably all. We have some other news which are not related to either of these two. We heard that Mortal Kombat 1 Rage Quitters will once again trigger quitality animation. So they said that the signature quitalities are back, and content creator and fighting game pro Ryan Ketchup Neil caught just one example during this weekend's console stress test when his opponent quit. It was a stress test this week, you see. His opponent quit at the start of the second round, and he said 10 minutes into the MK1 stress test, and I already had my first quitality. Is it good to be back? Well, we've seen that in Apex very frequently, and we've seen that in, well, Apex probably more than any other game. I didn't see much of that in in Warzone or PUBG. But there's nothing worse than that, because sometimes you have people who quit even as you're dropping, and they just don't like the sound of your voice, or they have some sort of bee in a bonnet about something somewhere, and you're supposed to be a 3-man squad, and then suddenly you're a 2-man squad, then you're a 1-man squad. You're no squad. You're actually doing solo in trios, and it's completely pointless. And they will be. Quitalities is the name given to the sequence that plays when a player rage quits. First made an appearance in Mortal Kombat X, and in this instance opponent Kenshi breaks his own neck, bringing a premature close to the match, reminding some of Mortal Kombat's deceptions Harakiri. And on Eurogamer they have also a clip that tells you what this is like. So absolutely against this, and just want to say to everyone who is entering the online forum of trios and quads in multiplayers, you have got to be there until the end. And if you're a PUBG player, it doesn't matter that you've been eliminated, your squad mates were not able to get to you in time, or you just got killed and therefore they couldn't revive you. Be there until the end. I mean, it's just basic logic. This is a team effort game. You've got to be supporting those people that are there with you. It doesn't work without that sort of mindset. And if you're doing it again and again by rage quitting and departing from the game, you will never make many friends, and you will never be popular amongst those people who are dedicated veterans of the community, because obviously they adhere to the principle that everyone needs to stay until the end, one for all, so to speak. You've got to be there in order to be able to support your team. So don't do it. And you could see that Mortal Kombat people are even making these animations which make it easily visible to everyone that this is not the way to do it, because in fact by the animations being triggered, you are also then stopping the match, as they said, and it just becomes very, very unpleasant for everyone. In fact, they should have an algorithm or AI that's detecting such people and then simply provide them initially with suspensions and later with a lifelong ban, because you need to learn. I mean, do you go to a pub and then start really screaming and shouting and smashing glasses and destroying furniture? You don't, because this is unacceptable. It's as simple as that, because these forums are live forums. Obviously they're not in a pub, but people are participating, people are behind those characters, and they are doing something which is an activity in a live forum. So the fact that you're behaving like this, you're behaving exactly like that towards them. And there needs to be some sort of understanding that this is not really something that's completely anonymous, right? And I've just seen yesterday, we talked about that live on air, that in order to create a safe environment, Twitch had introduced, it's just optional, you can obviously switch it on or switch it off, for all participants who are participating in the chat or coming in, right, to talk live on air. You've got the option through which every one of them will have to confirm the email and the telephone number. So you have this option, if you switch it on, people who are not having the email or telephone number, mobile number confirmed, can't be participating. Why is that? Because if they do something which is unacceptable against the law, they're instantly trackable. I think that's really a very, very good method. Obviously it's optional, but I think for the forums that are experiencing trouble, it is a very good safe way of preventing those people from actually doing anything that is unacceptable or abusive. And the option is there. I think it or leave it, but I think giving it as an option is extremely well conceived and well thought through, and I applaud Twitch for doing this, compared to what I didn't like, introducing things that are not being described to us in advance, right? And doing it covertly, just changing your settings without you knowing. Similar to what you sometimes get on mobile phone app updates. They just change certain things without you knowing, and it's not the best thing to do. Hence, what we get from the game developers, when you get the information on the update tells you exactly what has been applied. Legally it should be required. Alright, Minecraft movie is to begin filming later this year in New Zealand, so that will be definitely music to the ears of those dedicated Minecraft players. and it's going to be Warner Brothers doing it, and they will be kicking off on 7th of August. So it's interesting, and let me see, that is going to be, well, Jason Momoa of Game of Thrones and Matt Berry from The Mighty Bush will be indeed participating. So that's the news for everyone who plays Minecraft. Perfect Dark Reboot has reportedly made little meaningful progress since 2020 reveal, which is disappointing. I really love the game, and we want to see that remake. We want to see the novelties and the inventions that were being described in the past, and so let's have a look. Yeah, they said that they're working on it, but it's obviously going at snail speed. And let me see, since then sporadic reports have suggested something of a tumultuous journey for the project. Crystal Dynamics was brought in to assist the initiative in September 2021. Game director Dan Neuberger departed the studio in March of last year, and then there were 30 people departing together with him. And so there's speculation that perhaps there is some sort of issue there within the company. And Rebecca Valentine from IGN had shared additional light on Perfect Dark's bumpy road to release, pointing to a project that's hit roadblock after roadblock, making little meaningful progress in the years ahead. Well, it's likely because they'll be looking at many different factors, like the overall community interest, the expense, you know, many factors in there. And also they always look at future projects. We've seen with some companies like Bungie, for instance, resorting to the creation of their new project, new game, PvP game called Marathon. So obviously we all worried that Marathon perhaps will be taking up too much time and will be engaging too many resources that otherwise work on Destiny. But these are all speculations. You know, straightforward PvP game which is based on tight maps may not be as complex or as demanding or as expensive as this would be the case with this massive multiplayer online. So remains to be seen. Microsoft internal documents reportedly show it considered buying Sega and Bungie. Well, if that's the case, I wonder what happened with Bungie and what went wrong. And they say, as Microsoft's court battle with the US antitrust agency, the FTC, rumbles on, more and more juicy snippets of behind closed doors business doings are beginning to surface via released internal documents. And today, a minor revelation comes via the news that Microsoft repeatedly gave serious consideration to buying Sega and other companies, including Bungie and IO Interactive, to help it accelerate Xbox Game Pass. And this little bit of what might be by the internal Microsoft documents spotted by The Verge. Well, you know, this is all speculation. Obviously, Bungie have gone to Sony, and they were considering the deal with Microsoft, and they probably felt that coming to Microsoft would be too restrictive. It's just all speculation, and we do not have access to these kinds of decision making. Well, the documents that indicate what the decision making was. And so, you know, I guess the idea in the online community is that more speculation the better, because with speculation you're drawing a lot of attention to whatever the issue is, or to whatever the issue is not. And people will just accept speculations as given, yet they are being created in order to generate that degree of attention and interest. And we've seen that quite frequently in respect of many different companies, and eventually it turns out to be completely flawed. The problem there is if people start speculating about a particular game, its narrative, and about what's going to be happening in the game, and you keep telling people all these speculative assumptions, and at the end of the day people believe that the assumptions actually would have come from the developer, then that's a serious problem. As we've seen, the difficulties that arose for Naughty Dog in respect of their The Last of Us sequel. Lots of people assumed that some of these speculations were actually real, and that they all would have come from the developer, and that was complete nonsense, because they had the idea and the story was not shared with anyone before the game release, and you know, it can cause some serious problems as well.
Barbie pulls into Forza Horizon 5 with Xbox collaboration. Well, I'm curious because Barbie will be a very popular film with Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling, and we've heard that they're now collaborating with Forza and Xbox, and I've got a picture in here indicating what the vehicles are going to look like, and I'm sure that people who are quite keen on vehicles driving in Barbie will fall for that. So Xbox, along with Warner Brothers Pictures and Mattel, is bringing exclusive Barbie content to Forza Horizon 5, and you will be gifted 2 cars inspired by the upcoming Barbie film: a classic 56 Chevrolet Corvette EV Corvette. I'm not really into the car, so I'm not sure what that means. Driven by Margot Robbie's Barbie, and a 2022 GMC Hummer EV pickup, and favoured by Ryan Gosling's Ken. So it's 2 different vehicles, and obviously you can pick and choose. I've got pictures in here that look absolutely superb. And they said, bringing Barbie's signature flair to our gaming platform, we're honouring all of that they still love about this iconic role model. Her persevering optimism, wide-ranging career journey, and never-ending capacity for self-discovery. That is what they indicated. So I look forward to that. I also look forward to the game, and all that is has been said so far. Looks like an amazing game, and Forza games really are. I mean, they will be appealing to people who like driving and cars, but most importantly, the games do have this incredible appeal through the environment. You know, the way you are driving, and you're going through so many different places, and you learn so much about where you are. I really loved the one that gave you the opportunity to drive through Britain. I mean, I've well travelled, and I've been to very many places in Britain, but you always discover something in that you've not seen before. And they're so close to real life. You know, it's just really extraordinary, from the local towns, cities and villages, through sunsets and leaves and horizons, and it just really absolutely amazing. So most highly recommended to everyone. If you have a chance, if you're on Xbox Game Pass, well, what are you waiting for? Just crack on, have a look through Cloud, and enjoy some of it. They said that PlayStation Nixxes Studio is working on more and more remasters, and that's interesting. And we want to see what these remasters are going to be. And they said PlayStation Studio Nixxes Software has said that it's working on more and more remasters for Sony alongside PC ports of first-party gamers. A spotlight video in which lead engineer Cohen Freudenfelder provided a glimpse into Nixxes' work. So Nixxes is breathing new life into Bloodborne, PlayStation and PC remaster speculations. And well, that's a speculation. They've not confirmed that, and they want to be, well, allegedly remastering Bloodborne to be available with 60 FPS support. Well, we need to see whether that will happen. And there is also speculation of Marvel Spider-Man to be upped to 60. And, well, this is all speculation. What else have we got here? We got 2 bits of news related to Atomic Heart's first DLC expansion. I don't know whether you played Atomic Heart, but this game looked really incredible on trailers, and I played it on day 1 and during the first week, and I got to say it did really disappoint me somewhat. Visually, it was okay. It was reminding me of Fallout and Half-Life, and it was a similar sort of gameplay. But the biggest problem for me was how poorly the game was written. The character keeps swearing all the time, and every second word is you know, some sort of unpleasantry, and very little of anything full of wisdom conveyed by the lead character or through the dialogue that he has. The biggest problem of which is when he talks, it sounds like somebody was using like a cheap online translator. It just doesn't seem to be the way people speak if they are American. You know, it just really poor construction. I can't actually put it in words correctly. It's poorly written. The dialogue is very bad, and it just sounds grossly unnatural, as if you were doing some sort of word-by-word translation of somebody's write-up. I don't know, you can take any language, translate from Finnish into English, go word by word. Well, the best example actually is French, because French is very hard to translate. And I've read, for instance, translations of certain books which were written by the French and the translations were given within, let's say, 30 to 40 year period, and they're incredibly different, because one translation is just hard to understand, what on earth is going on, and the other one is being translated, tailored to the user's language, right? So it's not like word by word translation, and where sentences and the overall passages really make sense. So that is the sort of thing you experience at Atomic Heart, and for me, that was very seriously off-putting. I played the game quite a bit and still have to finish it, and I just thought the activity there was alright. You need to be eliminating all these robots. The concept's great. This is a Soviet state which is dominated by mad scientists and robots in the 1950s, where they are sort of battling on the global scale for world domination, and it's just like a very interesting, very utopian, very weird sci-fi picture, resembling Fallout and Borderlands, I guess, to a degree, in that sort of Soviet environment. But it fails on the dialogue. The game's been quite popular, I have to say. It's been embraced by the Xbox community, and I've seen quite a lot of chatter on Reddit and Discord. So it did really produce very good results. But I guess people who like shooting, they're not bothered about dialogue, and this game is giving you the opportunity to learn something about that world. And I just think that the dialogue in there really should be reworked, maybe redubbed and rewritten, and then things would really be providing us with a much greater and more enjoyable type of entertainment. Mundfish and Focus Entertainment revealed that the first Atomic Heart DLC, called Annihilation Instinct, will be launching in August. So that's August the 2nd, but just less than 2 months away, month and a half, whatever. 6 weeks for Xbox, and features a new area to explore, new weapons, new enemies, and a new glove ability. Mundfish has also now released a free update for Atomic Heart that adds new game, which should hopefully make those pesky Atomic Heart achievements a bit easier to unlock. So Annihilation Instinct picks up directly after the events of the main game. You will venture into a new area called the Mendeleev Complex and its surrounding swamps to uncover the truth about Nora. You will face off against new shape-shifting enemies and have to bring them down with 2 new weapons, the Secateur and the Clusher. So you'll have to manipulate time with your gloves' new Technostasis ability. And well, that's just something to look forward to. I'm quite curious to see what the new maps will bring. See, we have a bit more on Alan Wake. They said Alan Wake is going to be digital only, no physical copies, because it gives Remedy more time to polish it, and that is confirmed by the game director. So if you want to have a special edition with a physical product, well, presently that's not happening, and it will be launching on the October 17th. I have no plans for any form of physical release at this moment in time. And they said the news naturally sparked some concern among certain fans, with digital-only downloads posing issues for both game preservation, as shown by the closure of the Nintendo 3DS shop in March of this year, as well as ownership rights exemplified by the infamously delisted survival horror spin-off PT. So Sam Lake and game director Kyle Rowley gave us a little more detail on the reasoning behind going digital, and they said it will actually allow Remedy more time to polish the game to an acceptable level, something publisher Epic Games had also been on board with. Well, I'm a bit surprised, but I don't understand. But why? Yeah, it's additionally and kind of coming to this idea both from Remedy and Epic's perspective. That's our current thinking. It just makes sense for us, and the timing felt right. As creatives, obviously, by going digital only, it does allow us more time to polish the game, like a significant amount of weeks actually, because otherwise the game that goes on the disc, obviously it has to be playable without a patch. Well, I mean, it's a technical issue. In fact, I was reminded of this, the need for patches as I was doing the Steam festival with 5 different demos, and this last weekend. Sometimes these games will not work on your system. You'll need a patch, and you download the demo and it tells you that it's not going to work on your system. I don't understand as to why this is still happening today. I've not played any computer games, PC games now for a little while. I've been doing everything on consoles, and I'm reminded of the fact that sometimes, albeit very rarely, this happens, and still there is this problem. And doing it on consoles and with digital download, that is a different story. And if you're having a digital download, it is instantly corrigable. You can really get these patches and updates which will resolve the problem more or less straight away. So I can see the reasoning behind it, but didn't quite understand how this would work, because if you're not releasing, I guess, he could allocate a team to do patches and other things, and so I can see some thinking behind it. I can see some reason behind it. The last bit I have here for you is on Ubisoft Connect, and they will be rolling out the new beta. So that's Ubisoft Connect PC beta. It'll be available shortly. You get the new look, upgraded player profiles to stay on top of yours and your friends' activity, revamped, more navigable library, and there are more details in there. I'll tell you exactly the date. You should be using Ubisoft Connect because it's the app that gives you lots of benefits that can be integrated within your gameplay. If you are Assassin's Creed or Ghost Recon or a Far Cry player, you get extra kit that can be confirmed through the app, and then it automatically launches within the game. And I've used it for every one of the games, Ubisoft games I've played. Very, very useful and very easy to see all the spreads. I guess it's similar to what you have with Xbox Game Pass, but it's obviously proprietary to the company, and it's specifically designed to be providing you with the benefits related to these games. It's like a separate community, and if you want to be bringing in new teammates, or you want to expand on your community membership, it's a very good way to which you can contact others and a bit more specific. With Xbox it can come across as fairly general, like a big community of gamers, but on Ubisoft Connect you have these communities that are kind of game specific, and that really helps you if you are wanting to indeed to persevere on that front. So let me see, they said that what's the date? The Ubisoft Connect PC beta is now live and is rolling out to users of the desktop app gradually. So it's step by step. I see they've not really given us the exact date. Whatever you play, wherever you play Ubisoft games, you are going to have full access to all of your services, your friends, and your library. Well, that's the same really with the app that we are using at present, but I guess it's going to be upgraded, a bit more beautifulized, and as we know, every now and then we'll get different sort of access to different parts of the app, and they'll make it, I guess easier to use. That's the idea behind it. The last news I have for you is about Hitman Developers Fantasy RPG, which is looking to be an Xbox console exclusive. So let's have a look at what's happening with Project Dragon. They talked about it for a while. It's IO Interactive, and that's the online fantasy RPG, and they said it will be Xbox proprietary, so Xbox exclusive. The new game is labeled as Project Dragon, and internal documents have IO listed as one of a number of companies Microsoft was seriously looking to acquire. But we heard about that today, I think, earlier with The Verge, and the news that they were indeed distributing. So, well, there's not much information. It's just saying that the game is indeed in development and it will be yet another Xbox exclusive. So I look forward to it. We got some pictures in there, Dragon Eye is in there, and Project Dragon indeed is the current title. And that's it on the news front. I don't have anything anymore. We didn't have that many news coming in overnight, but I guess for myself what's interesting is to see what will indeed happen with Starfield and all the speculations, as well as what really awaits Microsoft in view of the obstacles they face with Activision. I mean, I'm not particularly inclined towards either of the options. I want to see what happens. I think at the end of the day, that sort of corporation purchasing literally anyone who is significant in the industry could then set up a very negative precedent for many other companies and for the overall creativity and incentive for startups and others, because it can create a market which is dominated by both the overall owner of the umbrella, and that would be in this instance Microsoft, and I guess they could also be then influencing the market very seriously in terms of the trends and what they want to be providing and offering, as well as coercing people to come to them to buy their products rather than have the competitive kind of variety on offer. And raises many other questions, but we just need to wait and see what happens. Okay, so that's all about the news. That's the way the news are at the moment. And bear with me, I'll have a look at the news that are coming in on Twitter. Let me see. Oh, we have people watching the tweets. That's pretty good. Excellent. We have no comments yet, but I can see that the tweets are being definitely watched and read, and these are the tweets related to our community activity that I talked about earlier, where we have our friends Lupus Arius, UTF and Girl, and Zenith talking a bit about our online adventures here in Destiny 1. Okay, so that's that. The news which are community based are going to be today delivered from Reddit, because I have been asking our community members and generally people who belong to Destiny the game community on Reddit to basically provide us with some feedback on what is going on with the servers, because the servers are causing us all these issues. And if you're interested, just join my Reddit and join the threads and provide us with some information, because these are serious problems that are affecting everyone in Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. So give me some thoughts. I have heard from Rundis, and he said, well, he says his working theory is that it is basically a DDoS, which is like a hacker attack on disabling the service. And he said, yeah, I know it's a kind of a strange theory, but with the current DDoS attack on Diablo 4 coinciding with Destiny 2's outages, it makes if these are coincidences or actually related. So I said to him, well, it keeps happening. We were doing Crota raid yesterday and got kicked out many times due to Baboon and Anteater. It's not Anti-Theater. I kept saying that wrongly because for whatever reason I couldn't read it properly, and they told me it's Anteater. Right? So it's Anteater, like eater of ants. That is the title of that error message. And I said we had quite a few of these, and I was being affected by more than other community members for some reason. And I personally not sure that this is DDoS attacks. I think it's been going on for a while, and there needs to be regular maintenance and a dedicated team assigned to deal with those server-related problems. I asked, it is a multiplayer, massive multiplayer online game after all, but how are we to play if those errors are not fixed and the problems are persisting? I thought it was perhaps linked to NAT strict settings that I have as default network settings through my internet service provider. And I asked the technical support about it, and they said, well, that shouldn't be really the issue, because NAT strict will apply to certain servers and certain games where the encryption of the information is being compromised or potentially compromised. So they said that this is definitely not to do with the actual internet service provider. But then I've heard from both Lupus Arius as well as Zenith that they were getting the same error messages. So incidentally, it must be to do with the servers. Whether it's a DDoS attack or not, I don't really know. This is something fairly new, and it's possible. Our friend was speculating. So our friend Randis got back to me on the message, and he said Diablo 4 was or might be still experiencing issues due to a DDoS, and last I saw it's been over 12 hours and people still can't get into the game. Well, that's right, and they have announced on Sunday that they are basically switching the servers off, and the game will not be accessible up to a point where they are going to be resolving the issue. And it seems to be fair and square, because you don't want people being annoyed and upset and need to replay. And you know, like in the raid yesterday, if we were all being affected by it, the continuity of the raid would be completely destroyed. We'd have to be going back to the beginning or to the last checkpoint and then restarting it, and you know, it just ruins the whole experience of it's always much better for the developers to work on it, resolve the problem, and then get back to it. So I think that is what I would see as the best way forward. So let me see what other messages we had. And we have other questions as well. Well, I was asking about the continuous server-related problems, and then we had Lightbringer coming in. And Lightbringer said, well, Bungalow, that would be Bungie, doesn't really care about the old game. They can't even fix current one, so I guess it's okay for the games to work bad. And I said, well, described to him that we had problems with Kreuzer Raid, and asked others whether they have the same sort of experience. So as you could see, people are really very unhappy about what is happening. And I also had a question on the changes applied to Twitch, and I asked, well, what's the idea behind the certification of the streams, and where can this be applied if you are a console streamer using everything directly through console rather than PC or laptop or anything else? Obviously you can watch your stream through laptops and other platforms, but when you are entering, when you are starting out with your broadcast, you are going to be pressing the button on your controller. You get that form that you need to fill in, and the option to classify your stream, whether it's, you know, PG or 12 plus or I don't know, mature or whatever, is not there, so I can't do it. And they said, well, you can make changes to classification through the Twitch mobile app's dashboard by selecting edit stream information. It would be in a similar place on the desktop site. So I asked, well, is that adjustable for the consoles, because I'm not streaming to the laptop? And Neurotica is the person who responded. The other person was Black Swordsman. Yes, you can change the classification midstream with no issues. For instance, if you're switching to a different game or something, well, that will apply to a PC stream, because I cannot be switching from one game to another on the console, because to do that the stream ends automatically, as we are being, we are streaming through a separate category, so it doesn't really work like this. So I think the answers that they've given are simply related to PC streams. And we have other responses to this. We hear from CDN Indigo that you do everything off the dashboard. You can set it up pre-stream, you can put in your category, start the stream, etc. on the creator dashboard, so it's all ready when it goes live. Again, this is related to PC streams. It doesn't really apply to anyone who's doing it on consoles. I've double checked yesterday. I've gone through app, etc. I couldn't see any sections where I could be adjusting this as I carry on. I believe what they mean is you're using a console, but actually you plug the console into the PC and then you can do it, which is obvious. But if you're streaming directly off the console, well, if anyone's listening and watching, just please correct me if I'm mistaken, because that's the impression I had. I couldn't find. I looked at everything on my desktop and I couldn't see anything that would indicate. Even now, I'll actually have a look. Hang on. I'll have a look whether we have anything anywhere, and I don't see anything. No, I can see panels and other things, but I don't see anything that would indicate that this is adjustable. So I don't think this applies. Anyway, I'll investigate it further. I'll talk to other people, and CDN Indigo says, I just use my laptop to monitor my stream, chat and utilize the dashboards. It can be done by phone or tablet as well. I don't like using my capture card for the most part and stream from Xbox 97% of the time. Still, I can't find it. If they can actually point me to the section where this is visible, I don't see it. Maybe I'm just looking at the wrong thing. Hang on, let's have a look at this. No, this is like highlight chat settings. No, I don't see it. So I thank our friends for responding, but I don't really see the section where in fact I could be easily changing this. And let me see. So these are the answers, and these are the answers that our friends have given us. Just give us a second, I want to double check something on the profile as well. Yeah, we have some responses to my other posting, which is asking our community members to respond to tell us a bit more about the experience of Lightfall, how they experienced it, and what the overall feeling and flavor of the DLC was, as well as the season. And we had Unacceptable Wolf responding, saying the expansion story is really weak, new subclass is fantastic now, and all the fragments are unlocked. They locked loads behind the raid, which isn't even out until the 11th. Seasonal story is better than Lightfall's story. The area is good, but Threshers one shot and just float about launching heat-seeking missiles. So he's not keen on the narrative. And Misartisen says, overall I think the Lightfall expansion was a good addition to the Destiny universe. The story isn't the strongest one that Bungie has brought to the table, but every minute I've spent on the game since Lightfall came out, I've been having fun. I'm excited to see where the story goes after the raid, and what the seasonal story will tell us for the rest of the season. Everyone expects an expansion to be like a AAA brand new game release. Even in reality, it's just a DLC expansion of existing game. I don't regret purchasing Lightfall, and I repurchased the game. So somebody obviously is quite happy with it. Code says when they're charging almost the same price as a new game for just a couple of hours of DLC, well, it should be an amazing quality, but definitely it is not. It's mediocre at best, and nothing they've added DLC wise is worth $70. Somebody else not very happy with this. And he said, Miss Artisan says, I'm not sure where you got a couple of hours. You must have beaten the story on easy and not completed any of the post-story quests. It's week 2 and an 80-day story. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think it is as pedestrian, as simple as our friend described it. There are lots of different ways to which you can play it, and if you're speedrunning or doing anything fast, or you're just missing out on the main part of the gameplay, and that's been the case not just in Destiny, in many other games as well. Code says, I played the other DLCs. It's not 80 days worth of campaign. It's at most maybe 2 hours of new campaign levels, and then it's not, and you're back to grinding missions again. That's not really worth $70. I'm not falling for it again. And then Miss Artisan says, well, again, applying this logic, pretty much all games can be completed in that amount of time. Only playing the main story on these is difficult. No side quest missions or anything. It took me basically the entire week to complete the campaign on Legend, playing evenings. But I also recall the game costing $50 just for the base and $100 for the entire year. So it's not really too bad, and that's like £8 a month. Cheaper than one meal a month for a year of content. Well, it's true. But I guess our friends are unhappy with the overall monetization that Bungie are indeed performing and introducing, and that has been raising eyebrows already for some time. And as we go on, as the time passes, we keep getting more and more of that monetization, which really is not seen as particularly user-friendly. So the frustration is growing. I think for myself, Lightfall comes across as a very different type of world compared to the rest of Destiny, and that itself, for me, had caused some concerns. And maybe the idea was to, like in other games where they're merging different worlds, to give you visually something that is resembling Marvel or DC, or because these characters very much remind me of the characters from Silver Surfer. If you've read graphic novels, you'll know what I'm talking about. And it's just it's that sort of aura that doesn't grind with the aura of the Witch Queen, which I thought was probably the best expansion that Destiny 2 have had. And it's obvious that people will be very frustrated. So we have Easy Toasty Cheeses here, and he says the DLC has been all uninspired to me. The classic campaign was too easy and the legendary version too hard to do, especially when I'm adding in the fake extra difficulty of limited token revives on legendary. They can't really find a way to balance out the content without putting crazy modifiers and limiting the level cap on their stuff, and even then there is no balance to it. It is either easy or insanely difficult for all, but for the most difficult players. The city is too empty, with them describing everyone in the city as uploading their consciousness to the cloud, a poor way to basically just not have to program any extra NPCs. It's relatively few NPCs compared to some of the other expansions. As I said in a similar post here, I'm thankful that we just paid $50 for the version of the DLC and shared it rather than paying $99 for the deluxe version. I learned my lesson from the last session not to prepay for any season's worth of content when they started artificially capping the weekly plays at 5 over whatever level you were. What's the point in leveling at all if everything that you want to do is always set 5 levels higher than you are? So I responded lengthily to this, and we have somebody else saying that campaign was trash, everything else is one of the best expansions the game has had in a while. And Omiduy said the expansion was lackluster in content. I don't hate it, nor do I have malice towards the developers. However, a lot of marketing points were left non-existent in the release. Neomuna was described as a bustling city that was allowed verticality like we've never seen. What we got was a very empty city with a couple of ways to launch yourself in the air extremely fast. Besides that, the lack of new guns in a looter shooter is a disappointment. Feels like marketing team and development team switched to this DLC. We have Shadowlight saying, so the story is pretty and the NPC Nimbus is the worst written character I've ever seen in a game, not just in Destiny. But the Strand subclass is amazing, and once you unlock some of the things for it and tailor and build it, Neomuna is little drab, but the enemy density and difficulty is spot on. Vex Incursions is a leveling goldmine, and Defined Battlegrounds are hectic, but again the difficulty is just right. So overall, I'd say if you're getting it for the story alone, then you maybe hold off, but if you're a Destiny gameplay, then it's a must-buy. And I guess this is a very good balanced view. We have some parts which really are not particularly interesting, or indeed perhaps they're not drawing a lot of attention from the gamers, and then others that really are connecting very well. A bit like the other chap said with the new subclass, that's always going to be very popular and people will be using it and exploring it. So there is something for everyone, but we all go back to the same old thing. Is the price going to be justifying the product, or is the product going to be justifying the price, right? That's the question that lots of people are raising. And Devils 3 says, I've not touched it, I'm having fun with Wo Long, and I had spent $100, he said. Well, probably not very happy with what he's seen. And I said to him that I'm also playing Wo Long, and I found the Wo Long to be very difficult right at the beginning, and there's this first big boss that has to be eliminated. And I remember when the game came out, the first couple of weeks on Reddit were all about that first boss and what's the way to eliminate him. So I in fact watched an interview with I think he was a team leader, one of the main people at that development company, and he said, well, the way to do it is you need to rework everything from the beginning. I need to try doing everything before you get to the boss, to level up, get special skills. And he was explaining, it just seemed very complicated to me. If you want to do it on an easy difficulty, you want to just explore the game initially on the first run, obviously you can play all the difficulty levels later. It seemed very tricky, and the boss was extremely difficult. So, but on the other hand, the game looked incredibly beautiful. It's visually mouth-watering and terrific, really, in terms of the atmosphere, and you had this sort of immersive old Japan type of quality, as if you walked into Akira Kurosawa's or Kenji Mizoguchi samurai film, and it's just really, really, really impressive. And our friend says, agreed, why can't go all in on the visual Series S performance mode? I can say Wo Long has restored that interest in gaming. I like the challenge of it, and it's easily the best thing going on the Game Pass right now, and if that is your cup of tea, he means the challenge difficulty levels. As far as Lightfall, well, I haven't really even updated Destiny 2 since its release, and I'm really a dedicated, avid Destiny veteran, just burnt out, I guess. Well, that's really the view that many other Destiny veterans did have, and it has been affecting quite a lot of different people. So, it is, I guess, a sort of view that many share, and being burnt out would indicate that, people doing these lengthy grinds, grind, and do it again and again and again, and then eventually you're too tired of it. And it's a big question, and it's a question related to what sort of content the game will provide. I think they are attempting to do a variety, but then I also have to say that I expected after the Witch Queen the next DLC to be aligned with the activity and the visuals, whether it's to do with the cost, whether it's to do with the direction the game's taking, it's hard to tell. But we'll wait for that August showcase. We'll see what will come our way next, and quite excited about that. Certainly, look forward to it, because I've got loads of comments in here. I don't know whether I should read all of them today, and leave them for tomorrow, some other day. So our friend says again, Tega Spanso, I'm reminded of all the reasons I got burnt out and left the game for more than a year. The game is super grindy with too much content to keep track of, and the best, most desirable loot being kept being master difficulties. Player ranks were a good idea and concept, but the implement sucks. You meant to get from veteran to elite, I have to solo legend or legend lost sectors flawless on week 1 of the season, and on week 1 of the season and the DLC. Really? Light level in general is annoying. I had all these niche weapons and armor sets that I'm not too broke to upgrade past 1600. I really wish they'd ditch light level and just focus on the quality of the loot. Other than that, legendary campaign fluctuates between too easy and too hard, ending off with Callus, who is literally nearly impossible to solo for most players. Bungie cared so much about adding a non-binary character that they forgot to make that character good. Makes me miss failsafe sarcasm. Forgot playlist activities like Gambit and Crucible. Also apparently all battlegrounds being strikes is the play, rather than making actual new strikes. Strand has merit a suspend class, but the advertised swing ability is not particularly good and has a bad cooldown. Spent way too long trying to get the hang of I spent way too long trying to get the hung jury last night. Tiger Spancer says, for sure the game was 10 times better when the darkness was a mysterious entity, heroes were shrouded in a myth and legend, and our characters went saving the world every other day. So, I responded to our friends with lengthy Reddit postings, and if you're interested, just hit that button, follow on Reddit, and you'll get the link here through my about page, and just have a look, read. Reddit is the best forum for people to engage with if they want to have in-the-know, educated, highbrow discussions on various aspects of the video gaming world, and I've thoroughly enjoyed reading some of those on dedicated threads, because unlike on Instagram or Twitter, where you get messages which are very brief and not particularly meaningful, people are prepared to engage in lengthy discussions. And don't forget, these forums are really heavily moderated, so you will not get any nonsense and anything which is not aligned with the rules. And the other day when I posted one of these, I was really astonished that just because I put word marathon on the lengthy posting, the whole thing was instantly deleted, because they didn't want within the thread for anyone to talk about any other games but Destiny. And the emphasis was not on marathon, it was just mentioned that Bungie are working on another game. So it's quite interesting how it works, and one has to be careful and always make sure that you save your postings, because if you face that sort of bot ban or bot deletion, you lose all the information that perhaps you could have been writing for a couple of hours. So I've been taught a lesson in the past, and always save everything and never ever lose it like that. But it was astonishing to see that just because I put marathon in there, everything got deleted. It's a bit of nonsense, but I guess it helps sometimes for people not to be skiving off to sorts of discussions that are completely Destiny non-related. Alright, my friends, I think that's probably all from me on the news and our community content. As you can see, our community is vibrant and growing. We have new members coming in every single day, and they're not just here on Twitch, they're engaging on Reddit, they're engaging on Twitter, on Instagram, on various other platforms, and that's exactly what we want to see. In addition to that, we've had our first donation, and I think you should be able to see it on, let me just see whether it is visible on the screen. No, you don't see it, but there was a first donation of £5. So what I want to say is, first of all, we are raising funds for Mind charity. The Mind is a UK-based charity that provides services for people who are experiencing mental health problems or are under any form of emotional pressure or experiencing any form of major difficulty that's affecting their psychological health. And we are supporting the charity because they require our assistance in order to raise public profile, in order to generate funds, and also in order to get people to be fully involved with fundraising and all other activities like PR, public promotion, street raising, charitable events. Street-based charitable fundraising. And we really want to be making sure that the publicity is there and that we are bringing in people from our gaming community and various other online forums to do that. So we are running it for 6 months. The campaign had started on the 1st of June. I was doing it also during my beta tests, and you will have, well, all the way until the end of the year. So that will be 31st of December at midnight that the fundraising campaign will end. So we're trying to raise £1,000 for the charity, and every single time we reach 100 or we go up by that amount, we are going to be having so-called a milestone reached. And for every one of these, we'll have special community-based events that will be providing our Destiny veterans and viewers with pinnacle activities. So that will be exclusively raids, Nightfall strikes, and some community-based Crucible competitions. So all of that's been already set in. You can see it on my nicely described in there. And then before every single milestone community-based event, we are going to have polls and quizzes, which will indeed allow us to be choosing what kinds of gear, weapons, and everything else we are going to be using and wearing in the raids in order to complete the task, i.e. to complete it successfully. So it will be very interactive with lots of people coming in, and the participants in the raids will be a group combining the donors, the contributors, the fundraisers, as well as our Destiny veterans. So we'll make it as entertaining, as enjoyable as possible. So that's something new on the channel. We've not had it delivered here in such a precise, structured format, and that is exactly what I look forward to. Yet again, if you are interested, if you want to be participating, then you are able to access the link, which is permanently displayed on my About page. So you can always click on the link and then get involved. On the link, you will be getting detailed information on the the charity, which is the Mind UK or Mind Charity UK or Mind, you know, whatever you want to call it. It's the charity that provides services for people with psychological difficulties, and then you'll get information on Tiltify, the platform that is making it possible, and then you'll get information on myself as a streamer who's doing the PR for the company and who is trying to raise the profile and get donations from our gaming community. And you can also watch our stream through the page. So if you're not accessing Twitch for whatever reason, it may be easier, particularly if you're watching it on you know, on 4G network. When you watch it through the browser, it will be using a lot less bandwidth. So it's very useful if you don't want to be spending your bandwidth on Twitch app, which can burn it quite quickly, providing high quality picture and sound and all this. You just resort to the alternative. So you watch it through my donation page, and you know the stream's there. So it's definitely something that is offered as an option as you are becoming involved with our charitable fundraising. Anyway, what I'll do is I'll place the link now on, just bear with me, I'll place it here on my stream, and you can then get involved if you wish. Click on the link, just read through it. Never ever think that by clicking on the link you will lose any money or anything. It's just purely providing you with information, and everything else is done to Tiltify, which means if you're deciding to contribute, to donate, you will be given sufficient instructions before the funds are processed. Yet again, I have got nothing to do with this. I'm promoting the cause, I'm promoting the charity. It's Tiltify that do everything else. So it goes through Tiltify and it goes directly to Mind, meaning the funds will be processed by that company, and they will be then provided to the charity concerned. Anyway, let me just write this down, and if you wish to contribute, just click on the link. The link is permanently displayed on my About page here on Twitch. We have regular postings on Twitter and Instagram, so very easy to access and very easy to get knowledgeable on everything which is the Mind Charity fundraising here on the channel related, and just click on it and have a look. Let me just write this down. Alright my friends, I've just written it all, so as you can see, if you wish to support our charitable campaign for Mind, you can just click on the link which you see on the chat. The best thing you can do is just get a bit more knowledgeable, a bit more informed. Click on the link, have a look at what's there, and then you can decide whether to participate or not. Obviously you don't have to be donating, you can be copying the link and presenting it elsewhere on other social networking platforms, on your Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Discord. Just raise the profile of what we do here. As far as us in Britain are concerned, the actual video gaming community generating funds for charities is something quite new. We don't have really such infrastructure as well developed as in the United States, and what I'm doing here is seen as a pioneering project because obviously it's very extensive, it's everyday support, it's for 6 months, and I'm just certainly hoping that will raise the public profile, so we'll get other gamers and other streamers fully involved in order to provide the benefit for those who actually need it the most, and that's the service users, people who are experiencing major psychological difficulty, who will go to Mind and ask for assistance through their volunteers and professionals, and people who will then have their lives saved. So by reading information, by talking about it and sharing it with others, you actually become an active participant in the process through which you are saving lives. And what other things could be more noble and more humane than that, I ask. So please just take time and read some of the information, and everyone who is using the service as well as the volunteers and professionals will be greatly appreciative of your time and effort spent on all that is on offer. The other thing is, if you are a dedicated community member here, and if you are watching our streams on a regular basis, and if you are enjoying our discussions, and well, everything costs, and I involved other companies in the provision of overlays and various other things. Everything costs, so you can support the channel by tipping, and any kind of shillings and pence and any amounts will be definitely greatly appreciated, because everything that is being donated or seen through tipping will be then reinvested in order to support the existence of the channel, meaning our Destiny community and all other associated communities here will be given a breath of life, because at the end of the day everything is very costly. The new internet, the router, the overlays, all the other services which are fully included in the streams will have to be paid, and I will always appreciate any form of assistance, any form of support, which doesn't always necessarily mean monetary. People can support the channel by sharing information with others, bringing in new community members, becoming fully involved. All of that really truly helps, and it's always greatly appreciated by me. Alright, so we've come to the end of our community-based discussion period, where I talk about the news, about all that's happening here. I read out the messages that came in from various participants and people attached to the channel. We completed all of that for today, and now we'll crack on with what is seen as the best loved activity here on the channel, and that's cracking on with some Destiny based Sivas and Nightfall strikes, or maybe raids. We'll see who's out there, and then we are going to be indeed getting engaged with some fierce action. I need to take a short break, but as soon as I come back we'll crack on with some fierce action in Destiny 1.
I'm back, my friends, and thank you for being patient whilst I was having a break. I had to have some to eat and some to drink because for a lengthier streams, one's voice can be a bit affected. So I generally have a principle of taking breaks every 90 to 120 minutes for 5 to 15 minutes in order to recover, replenish, go back to life, that sort of thing. And first of all, I want to welcome everyone who's joined us. In the meantime, thank you for coming in. This is my community-based channel that's supporting charities and indeed our video gaming community. As I mentioned earlier, we are supporting presently Mind, which is a UK charity that provides services for people who are experiencing any form of mental health pressure, difficulty, or major issue, people who are under some sort of pressure due to the way things are today, anyone who is experiencing emotional difficulty, they all can use Mind in order to get some degree of assistance and help. And the Mind charity provides services run by professionals and volunteers. They're community based, and you can just go to them, ask them for assistance. They will provide you with everything else that is necessary, like the appointment times, waiting lists, or anything else which indeed is presently on offer. And we're supporting Mind because we feel that presently in Britain the cost of living crisis is very, very high, and very many people are experiencing a huge amount of difficulty due to the payment of bills and the earnings being very low and everything being so expensive. And then that leads us to two other areas which certainly are seen as the greatest priority in Britain. It's really the so-called housing crisis. It's very difficult for people to find places to live because there are fewer flats available than in the past, and indeed everything is so incredibly expensive. Renting and mortgages have gone astronomically high, and they're well beyond most people's reach. So that leads to the third problem, which is the threat of homelessness. If you're living somewhere, easily pay your bills and you have mortgage or rent payments, facing that dreaded threat of eviction. And what do you do then? And there are charities helping people who are experiencing this. We are going to be supporting Shelter, the charity that is specifically assisting people experiencing the threat of homelessness or somebody who is likely to be in that situation. And so all these three things are well connected. And if you have problems with the payment of bills, everyday worry about finance, difficulties with finding a place to live, threat of homelessness, guess what happens? Your mental health is deeply affected, and therefore it is essential to understand that everyone and anyone anywhere could be under that sort of pressure today, as indeed the economy is not as good as we want it to be, and people are experiencing all sorts of difficulties related to the finance and everything else. Therefore, we are supporting one charity that's providing that sort of professional assistance. It's very important that everyone gets involved. I'm trying to raise the profile of the charity here on the channel and also within our gaming community, as well as on various other social networking platforms. So I'd like to ask everyone else who's watching who is a dedicated member of our Destiny group to be able to do the same. So just share some information and raise the profile of the charity and make sure that people get to know more about it. I mean, that's the best form of support that we can get. If anyone decides to be contributing by donation, you can always go to the link which is on my About page or here on the chat or on Instagram or Twitter. Click on the link, you get all the information on the charity. That is Mind Charity UK, on Tiltify, the platform providing the fundraising capabilities, and then you will have information on me, the fundraiser, as well as the fact that you are going to be able to watch the stream through the fundraising page. So it's a very, very nice, very a good way of getting involved, and I'm very grateful to Tiltify for doing so, providing us with this opportunity. And most importantly, I'm grateful to the team that has already worked for several years on kind of reorganizing the way the fundraising is provided, because in the past it was very standard, very old-fashioned way, ratting the tin, wanting for people to chip in, and that was it. But today we have a system which is very, very aligned with a gamer mindset. So you have milestones, you have quizzes, you have polls, interactive forums, you have special community events
based on the milestones being reached. So it's very much part and parcel of what we have in other communities associated with gaming. It's very communicative, very playful, very easy to use, and I'm truly delighted to be given this opportunity to promote the charity for 6 months. We had some donations already, which is fantastic, and I just want to say that if anyone has a relative or friend or associate or work colleague or an acquaintance who's experiencing some form of difficulty, well, you will be familiar what this means to that person's life and how difficult it is for somebody to overcome those problems unless they receive professional assistance. And we are really blessed in Britain to have many charities providing such services free of charge, and that's not the case in some other countries, and therefore we need to praise and cherish the works of these charities, and we want to be supporting them, because if we support them, we are then actively engaged in the process of saving people's lives. Mental health problems and emotional problems are as serious as any other biologically defined or clearly defined disease, and that's frequently forgotten. And sadly, in medias and various other platforms, there isn't enough attention given to the fact that these illnesses indeed destroy lives and result in fatalities, sadly, in some cases, and that many times people sort of took too long to ask for that degree of help or assistance. And nobody should be feeling under pressure or ashamed by the fact that they actually need to be helped. And earlier do so, earlier ask for that, the better, because like in any other illness, an early intervention will always work the best. Remember that. It's no shame to say, well, actually, I'm experiencing this form of difficulty and I would like to be helped. And ask for that help. And that charity, Mind, is the place to go to. If you're afraid of going to your doctor or any other specialist, that is the way to do it. Obviously, the information is kept as fully confidential, and you will be receiving assistance both from professionals and volunteers who work for the charity, and therefore you will feel greatly helped, assisted, and recharged from within. I can assure you, I had worked with that charity for many years in the past, and I not worked for them, I worked with them, and I liaised with their clients and patients, and as well as their staff and volunteers, so very familiar with the quality work they deliver and the pressures and strains which they're under very frequently in view of the way things are generally, as is the case with many other charities. And therefore we want to be supporting their honourable work and effort every single day. So, I told you all about charities, gave you all the community news, we talked about various things, Destiny and other games related, we've heard the news from the video game industry, and now is the time to crack on with some activity here. Let me see who's out there, whether we have anybody who wants to join us and crack on with... we have Ali. We'll get Ali in, invite Ali to our fire team. Let's see if he wants to join us. We'll just wait for a minute. It's funny because we talked about Ali yesterday, and our friend Warsav, Lupus Arius, did indicate that Ali is a holder of the world record on certain activities in Destiny, which is absolutely fantastic. So if Ali comes in, I'll ask him about the record. I'm quite curious, and I'm sure he will be able to communicate, and we are going to be delighted to hear the news. Having people who had succeeded so phenomenally well on the global scale with the Destiny activities is always a true honor. And we did have in the past a couple of people who told us that they were also world record holders in various activities. So definitely very happy to see that some of our friends indeed are willing to join our community here as well, particularly if they're competitive PvP players or people who had succeeded in, on the competitive front, as obviously I do not cater for this, but it's always great to see that the very best are also the most attentive and very frequently very much enabled and willing to help those who are still learning about the game. So that's absolutely terrific, and I always support those gamers, and it's always a true pleasure to have them in our community. Well, first of all, for anyone who is new to Destiny, what you need to do is you need to go to the tower. You need to get the bounties, and then you need a bit of admin, sort out your gear, everything you picked up in previous battles, get ready for the future encounters, and then get your squad together. Destiny is best played as a team game with others, never ever solo, because you will have a different perspective on the game and all activities, and I always much prefer to have at least 1 or 2 people fully on board. And it gives us the opportunity to get to know others, to talk, to chat, to complete tasks, to level up. And you know, if you have 4400, you already had reached the pinnacle level, you've got the best weapons, but just make sure you help others. There are people who are still grinding, people who cannot get to that level, people who want to know what's the way to get Dark Drinker or Sleeper Simulant or any other pinnacle weapon, and you're there to help. So, you know, absolutely the very best way of getting involved with others. Let's just see what we picked up yesterday. For all of you who were not watching, we were yesterday grinding Crota, and that was the Crota raid, and we completed it successfully, with some hurdles, with some difficulties, and the vast majority of those were not caused by us, but by Bungie service. We kept getting Baboon and Anteater. It's not Anteater, as I was pronouncing this. I just couldn't read it properly. I was just annoyed that I kept getting the same error message all along. And our friend from the US, Lupus Arius, told me it's actually Anteater, the one who eats ants, right? And I really felt like having a big dinner of ants after having it like 10 times yesterday during the raid, because every time I was hit by the error message, what I did get was a boot, and then I died, and they had to wait for me to be revived. So it was very serious interfering with the overall activity in the raid. But you know, we had a fantastic walkthrough, and our friend was providing the very best description to everyone who wanted to learn, and that included both myself and Zenith. We've not done the raid many times, and you know, it was great fun. And if you're interested, you can always go back to the playback. The playback is for 14 days on Twitter, and also you can get it on YouTube. It's there permanently. I have uploaded it yesterday, and you know, it's very easy just to click on that YouTube video and you get knowledgeable. You will have to be finding the section. It's towards the end, so it's the last 90 minutes that you'll have the activity related to the raid, or us doing it, and then you'll get the walkthrough. Lupus Arius was telling us quite about some tips and things which people can apply if they want to complete the raid quicker, if they're perhaps speed running it or trying out some other things. And there are different ways to which you can do it in a team of 6 compared to the team of 3, or just doing it solo. Obviously doing it solo is going to be very, very difficult, and I think doing it solo on the highest level of difficulty is probably impossible. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but I think the timing on to be completed during that is definitely going to be making it well, but I'm certain we'll find somebody in our community who was able to complete the highest difficulty level on as a solo gamer, and we've come across some people who completed some absolutely impossible types of tasks, and that comes together with perseverance and experience. Okay, so let's sort out what we've got here first of all, and that needs to be always completed because we have very small inventory, very small poise box. So if we're not careful, what does happen is we do not pick up some items. If everything is full in there, you know, they just go to waste, and that isn't what we want to see. Yeah, almost there. Let me just double check something there. Arc recovery. Arc armor. Yeah, that was very useful for my Darkblade Spite. This is what I picked up yesterday. Light of the Abyss I picked up in Crota's raid. So that is a weapon that we are going to be, let me see, impact. Yeah, actually you see Darkblade Spite is even more powerful. You see? Reload. Stability. But I guess this one, once we level it up, will be a lot more mighty. Let me see the perks. Look at the number of perks we've got there. Absolutely astonishing. Crowd control. Kill this weapon, grant bonus damage for a short time. Upgrade damage. Skip rounds. Yeah, it's just massively better. So what we'll do is we'll switch. This one needs to be locked. We'll put this one on. and we'll do all the leveling up with the weapon from this moment on. What's this? Oh, that's Devil's Dawn. Okay, that's Masterwork as well. Okay. I've got to say, I'm not that happy with that Something Wicked. That didn't seem to deliver too well. And Kreuter, which I've put in the vault, is performing better. What I'll do is I'll just keep this one on for the time being. Once I masterwork it, I'll put it in the vault. So the current strategy I have here on my channel is we'll be using weapons and armor, because I'm 4400, that are going to be giving us the maximum ability to level up with perks, and then once we unlock all perks, the weapons and armor are masterworked, and then we can just stash it in the vault. Probably delete everything in the vault which is not 400, just to make sure that I won't do this today. Obviously, I'll do it outside of my kind of broadcast hours. Yeah, we need to really get rid of some of the stuff in here. So let me see, in here these cloaks need to be sorted. Got that. Let me see on the consumables front what I need to have. I got skeleton key. Got 6 skeleton keys. I was not using them for some strikes because I kept them for nightfall. Use this. House of Judgment. What's this one? Yeah, that needs to be used as well. Hang on, what's this? Weekly featured raid, okay. It's Prisoner of Elders. I'm trying to think what to delete because I no space for that. I could leave that treasure box in there for the time being. Okay, that's no longer needed. So I'm just thinking aloud, really considering what to do next. Strange coin, I haven't got any of that either.
Have a nice day.
I mean, I haven't got any space for that either. And House of Judgment reputation, we could use that really if we are to do House of Prisoner of Elders. That's Oryx. Mouldering Shutters. You see, all of these are necessary. They're all really good, and all don't want to delete anything which can be of assistance at some other time. Yeah, okay. Not enough space. Okay, let me see this a moment. Yeah, that's another one that we need to be leveling up. Okay, Long Tomorrow we don't actually need, so we'll delete, and then we have enough space for the rest here, which we can easily tackle. Just remember to do all the admin every single time. I know it's tedious, and that's one of these things about Destiny, but very important that you do that every single time, because otherwise you'll miss out on a good loot. And also make sure, if you look at what I've done now, the very best, you see, for instance, you picked up this gauntlet, it looks like 150, that's not particularly good. When you examine it, you can see the perks it has. Look at it. It has Special Weapon Loader, which is terrific. Upgrade Defense. You got Fast Pull, increasing the distance for your grenades. Hive Destroyer, giving you orbs. Upgrade Defense. You've got increased defense powers. Then you have increased defense powers of all sorts there. See, 3 of them. You can upgrade. So if I'm not mistaken, I picked this up after the raid. I think this came in yesterday after the raid. Either that or it came in on the weekly nightfall. Not 100% sure, but definitely very much of assistance. Hang on, I'm getting some messages now. Let's see what it is. Just got a message saying Disney made devastating 700 million loss after work remakes flop at the box office. Let me see what. Oh, it's a whole series of films. Okay. The Little Mermaid didn't perform, and then Strange World and Lightyear also flops. Yeah. That's sad, really, because they're experimenting with Little Mermaid, and definitely not very good news. I'm devastated to learn this. It's just truly dreadful, because obviously it will be affecting the streaming platform and everything else. Alright, my friends, these are the messages that I have been receiving. Let me just put on our, where is it now? Twitch. Okay, we've got that sorted. And then, what else? Need to pick up the helmet. So that's legendary engram. We'll see whether... Well, this Bogatai is of no use. It's not particularly good. We can just double check this again. Well, picked it up many times. Got it in the vault, so we don't really need it. Okay. Want to really make sure that this Rack Poltergeist is must worked. We should be able to do that really very quickly, because there's a tiny little bit left. Probably one strike will do it, and also with the boots, and then we can basically swap it with Dogged Gauge, considering all the good perks that this one has. Our friend Lupus Serious reminded me yesterday that it's a very good idea to be double checking always what roll you get on the new weapons and armor, and sometimes I'm just after the vanity and I forget about it, you know, but it's very important, because sometimes you'll pick up Imago Loop that has these explosive rounds, and this is almost next to God Roll, as he said yesterday, but Spray and Play is replaced by these explosive rounds, and they're very, very good, so I need to really keep an eye out for this. In fact, I think I have one Imago Loop in the vault as well. We need to see whether it does have that. Hang on. Anything else that I can use in here? Yes, I can. This encrypted engram, Crow to send. Okay, we just want to get rid of these engrams with armor. Surely. I just acquired that reputation. Didn't have anything from the engram but reputation. That's weird. Rackle Poltergeist. Okay, Rackle we have. Infusion. Inverse Shadow. Okay, we can get rid of that. We don't really need it. And then this weapon I picked up. Where is it? No weapon, actually. That's weird. That engram should have given us a weapon. Don't you think? Really should. Well, the game's now become very glitchy and they're not doing the regular maintenance. And that's of major concern to everyone. Right, let's see what we'll pick up on the second engram in here. Hopefully something better. Was thinking maybe it will be an exotic, but you said random class. Long tomorrow? No, we don't really want that. It's not very good. Actually, I better check the role before deleting it. Just didn't like the look of it, you know. Well, you know, I like that one. Achillophage symbiote. I really like it. It has infusion, they get orbs, increasing super energy, special weapon kills, or when you waste minions, and then increasing intellect. I quite like it. So definitely we'll use that as well. But the one I'm using at the moment is giving us the increase of intellect, gives us hands-on, which is super energy on melee kills, and that's always good. And then heavy lifting, and then in here we have better already, which is shields, will start recovery immediately after you pick up an orb. So that's really good. Alright, so that's sorted. Let me see, we got that sorted. Go back for those other engrams. You're just very, very picky. It takes a long while, which is, you know, never appreciated, really. It's better organized in the sequel. It's much easier to delete and do your inventory. But in here, it's harder to just accidentally delete or erase, because you've got to be always double checking, triple checking, and that really helps. I know that Sekapupu, our community member, once accidentally deleted due to the internet lag a very, very precious item that was very, very hard to get. I can't remember exactly what the item was. So as a tip, whenever you pick up something, right, and you know it's very rare, like for instance I picked up that Dogged Gauge, you make sure you lock it, right? I locked it before. Why isn't it locked? I did lock it before. I've got to really pay attention to this, because I locked it before. You probably have seen it on the screen. I locked it. I didn't want to make a mistake, and you know, to delete it accidentally. It just didn't turn out to be locked. I don't know why. And also in here, where is it now?
Have a marvelous day.
When you go up here, right? Every single time, every single day, what you get is the game keeps changing the fireteam options. It has got to be always on the invites, right? Never ever on friends or free for everyone to join, public or whatever. The game keeps just switching it back to friends, and I really can't allow that to be present. I forget sometimes when I start my stream that needs to be checked even before I begin my broadcast. I don't know why that's happening, because once I switched it to invitations, should be like standard, you know, in there for every single game, just like anything else in the settings. Oh, we got this Siva, so I don't have to pick up any bounties, got plenty to do there. What else did we have here? Okay. Oh, one engram. Okay. Well. But that engram's not useful. You can tell straight away. It's just we don't want the blues, we want gold. Eternal Warrior, but that's for Titan, that's not for Hunter. Mask of the Third Man. Ah, like that. Look at that. Well, we'll do all of them bit by bit every day. We'll use a different one, and then everything will be masterworked, right? What's annoying is that I haven't got anything here that could be used for infusion. So we need to go back to the vault. and then let's get rid of something in there. Let's see. Treads upon stars. Well, yeah, that's quite good god roll. I mean, quite good perk spread in there as well. Ozaluna, I was using it quite a lot at one time. It's very common. Okay, that's also been used quite a lot. Hexcaster. That's really, you know, I don't know what to delete now. Need to find something. Motion tracker, that's not the one. That's not the one that we want to do. Scout rifle. Just a minute, wasn't that the same thing? Husk of the Pit, right? That's Husk of the Pit as well. Okay, we don't actually need two of these. I do apologize, it's taking a bit of time, but it just has got to be done. And then what I can do is I can stick which one? Devil's Dawn. I've not been using Devil's Dawn much. Okay, put Devil's Dawn in the vault. And then this one's there. Okay, so that's all sorted. I'll just see whether I can get anything else in there. Not enough space. Alright. Armor. Ah, I've got that one, I can see that. This one I have. Cloak of Atropos. Where was it? Just need to double check to see what. Vanguard Champion and Cannon increase intellect. Okay, we'll go back to the other one. Yeah, it's the same more or less. Alright, so we'll get rid of that one. Which means we can probably pick up something else there.
Service.
Not enough space. Crow to send. Okay. We do want to get this one in. As we were doing the raid yesterday, why shouldn't we have this nicely and proudly displayed? You tell me, General. Yep, that's right. Emblems. We'll put one of those. Mirrors of Iron. Crown of the Sovereign. I really like all of these. Queen's Guard Crest. Put this one in. And the other one we'll pick up. And then we'll put it on. this one.
Check, check, check.
Change it straight away. Make everything a bit more interesting. Where is it? Quota. There we are. And yeah, we don't have any other weapons in there. I really need to infuse that rifle with something, but probably in Sivas we'll be able to pick up some extra stuff. I think I'm quite confident. Okay. I'm trying to think what else to do. I think I'm sorted. I don't have to do anything else. We'll have a look at the view and we'll look at the traveler. And then we'll just crack on. Alright, so off to orbit. And then we'll choose Sivas, I think. So, hang on, I want to see whether Nightfall we were doing yesterday. Ah, we've got a new Nightfall today. No, actually, we are going to be getting it after 5 o'clock, I think. So we'll go to the Sivas. The mods we have here: fresh troops, enemy squads fortified with additional reinforcements, primary weapon damage is favoured, small arms, void burn, void damage from any sources greatly increased, and heroic enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. Okay. So we'll do some savers, get ready for some fierce action here in Destiny 1.
The Taken King is dead, yet still his armies writhe and claw at our worlds. Even as you led the assault on the Dreadnought, a powerful Taken war beast fled for the safety of the shrine to Oryx. The would-be Prince Malak works to perfect a dark sorcery. He must be destroyed.
Well, you could see as to why the Kreutzer fusion rifle didn't work too well, because it's not masterworked and it's somewhat underleveled. We'll do it probably in some other activities, or maybe when we'll have other community members present here together with us, because this is not going to be working, you know, for the Sievers. Seeing it wasn't causing any damage at all to the ads, and no use really. Well, I better run, because I'm not going to be able to deal with them. So there are quite a few in there. Oh, God, again. Okay. We need to deploy a different strategy. This is just not going to be working. Right. Oh, we got Fever King joining us. That's good. Won't be alone. Bit easier to tackle the ads in Sievers. Good, good, good. Still standing? Come on.
Anybody home? The door is sealed with runes.
Somebody. There is somebody. It's taking 3 hits. On this stone. Fever King. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Thank you. All worked. Yep, that's done. Masterworked. That's very good. Just give us a second. I need to masterwork here. Hang on. Give us a second. Automatic. They've got it. I don't have to worry about it. Pick up that relic. There we are, boys. A grenade will do in there. Look at this. Plenty of ammunition for everyone to enjoy. Ah, we've got some heavy ammunition in here, which is good.
Toland hinted at secret pathways between our realm and the
Ah, he
Ascent.
got me.
Malak crawled through the wall
That's
of our
annoying.
worlds to reach
Well, it's my
these
fault
caverns.
actually. Should have not gone there
I think she's
so
just being
aggressively.
deliberately creepy now.
Right, so it's two from close range. Let's join our friends. Oh, he got killed. Right. Ah, what got me? Consume Vandal. Well, that's a bit annoying, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The beast is close. I can sense the blight that drips and seethes within.
How can she see this stuff? With that whole blindfold thing.
I see far better now than I ever did with my own eyes.
Yeah, I'm being killed easily in here for some reason, not sure why. Thank you. Oh, he's got a shotgun. Look at that. Come on. Thank you. Wasn't able to spin.
Beware, Guardian. The Blight will drain your strength, your speed. Do not let Malak dominate this shrine.
Malak. Well, for that Malak, we are going to be needing another weapon. I better grab one of my synths. And that's going to be for my heavy. Yep, that's good. That's annoying. Thank you. What is going on? Why am I burning? It's gone the other way. Okay. Ah, go away. Thank you. Well, I'm out of ammunition. I don't have any more rockets. So Gjallarhorn did the job, but not as wasn't as efficient as it should be. Oh, we got still a bit left. Okay. Just keep grinding. There we go. Thank you. Well, it's the beast. No, I won't be able to get away from them all. Try to pick up some heavy ammunition because I'm out of ammunition for my heavy. He is gone. Okay.
Again and again, we have held back the darkness. Though the gods and princes of the Hive
Thank you.
hunger for our light. This is our charge, Guardian. This is our fight.
Use my skeleton key and I actually got nothing. Or maybe I did get something. It'll pop up a bit later. Let's see. Treasure pack. Okay. Should have gone down here. I've got one empty space in order to open it. Annoying that I couldn't really no, it looks like I managed to get something. Hang on, let's see. What is it that I picked up? So that's masterworked. Solar double down. So that's masterworked, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. This engram will just delete without even viewing, and this one, not keen on the blues.
The Vex still mourn the loss of the Nexus Mind, but for the Vex, time is relative. In one moment, a construct is lost. In the next, it is reborn. When a powerful part of the network is lost, the restorative mind is summoned. It has begun creating a bridge through time. A bridge that, if it is not destroyed, will see the Nexus Mind reborn.
So I think what we'll do is, because we got this Rack Poltergeist, we'll swap it for Dogged Gauge, and we'll do the leveling up there then. Did I lock it? Yeah, I did. Did I lock it? Yeah. Okay. Spectre Infinite Vest. Let's see. Pulse Rifle Ammunition. Fusion Rifle, Increased Discipline, Arc Armor, Arc Recovery. Yeah, okay. Exaltation Vest, Arc Burn Defense. Oh yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Exaltation we'll put in. Do the perks, and then the boots. Solar double down, fusion rifle ammunition. Okay, that was all very useful, but C400 Talus Striders. 150. Okay, and then that's Eon Tracer boots. This masterworked already. What about these? Rack Poltergeist, Void, Sniper Rifle, Rocket Launcher. I'll take that Rack Poltergeist then instead. Why not? And then we'll infuse. Alright, that's good. Let's see, what do I look like now? Yep. Looking good. Okay, dokie. Why is he not gone? Why is he not gone, you tell me. How many shots did he have to take in order to be gone? It looked like he recharged. Shouldn't have been recharging. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's another thing that I completely forgot about. Well, we'll need some extras. These guys are exploding. That's no fun. That's all sorted.
Where we see beauty, the Vex see imperfection. Every planet, every being must be made anew.
Taking 3 hits there. Ah well. Oh, the other one from above got me. That's annoying as well. God, this bubble nearly got me again. Oh, he just popped up next to me. I didn't see him at all. Yeah, careful with that Minotaur there. Well, these guys are deadly. Oh, finally he's gone. Did take a little while. Okay. Managed to get through. Well, that sweet milk spot, eh? It always works. I haven't got any more. Ammunition. Oh, I've got some now. Okay. Yeah, the other one got me. Ah! Wasn't paying attention. My fault. Oh, we got somebody else joining us, so that's good. Got me. Come on, give us a break. Well, don't have my rocket launcher on. finally gone. What about the other one? Come on, still. Yeah, finally. We're not using rocket launcher in here, so that's the reason that's why we're a bit slow.
My Hidden caught this attempt at abusing the timeline. But how many have there been? Does the world stand as it does because of the Vex?
That's the time bridge. And the restorative mind. That capacitor just lit up. You know what to do. That got its attention.
Oh, come on. That's ridiculous. Should have not gone there. Thank you. I go. Aha. Oh, what is going on? I've not paid attention to the Minotaurs that popped up behind me. And guess what? That's the reason I'm dead. He's dead as well, trying to revive me. Alpha Minotaur rather powerful. Thank you, thank you. No, that's not gonna do the business. Ah. Got hit by the restorative mines again. Thank you. But it's the relic. You know, we can't do anything without the relic. Yeah. Ah, boo. Oh, he had to do it. He had to do it just at this point. Thank you. Ah, he got me again. Just at the very point when I was about to rocket him. jinxed. Ah, missed again. Look at that. Ah, that's a real shame. Oh, finally we got him. It did take a bit of time.
Is intact. You have made whole the past again. The destruction of the restorative mind will ripple across the stars, and its deeds will be undone over and again. Very well done, Guardian.
Let's see whether this Imago loop is the one that we want. Let's see, I'm curious. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not the one we want with explosive rounds. Shame, because I thought possibly we'd get it. Let me just have a look at it again. Stable site, danger class. Nope, 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 that's not the one. Oh, we're nearly there. Okay.
Raid. It's just one left. Yet again, it's me. Let's see whether there's anyone else who wants to join us. If anyone. Ali's there, but he's probably busy. Doesn't want to join us.
The Black Garden may not stay among us for long. Something has begun to repair the schism torn by its destruction. Vex now flood the garden channels to protect it. We must stop the Weavers before they seal the garden and begin to summon back its heart.
Oh, Zenith's here. Oh, hello Zenith, how are you doing? Thanks very much for popping in. Thank you for saying hello. And Zenith saying, I'm very sorry, but I can't really join today, I'm busy. No worries, thanks very much indeed for letting us know. No big deal, you know, anyone who wants to join in can just send a request, and it's all good. We can't be always available, and we can't be always doing it in a squad. So thanks very much for saying hello, and thanks very much for your contribution yesterday. Much appreciated. I've sent you a tweet which displays us proudly waiting there for that Crota strike. If you recall, as we were doing it yesterday, I took a couple of screenshots, and I've got them all up and running on Twitter. So just when you have time, click on the link and go to Twitter of mine and have a look. There is a selection of those shots that I've taken during the last week, I guess, because we've done it in a squad with our friend Lupus Arius yesterday, and then we also had it with UTF4Go, right? So all of them are telling our community members what we were up to, and always good fun taking screenshots, always good fun documenting all of our activities. Just hoping that somebody else will join us there on the random matchmaking, because really there are so many problems with Bungie servers at the moment, and I was reading out all the messages that I had received on Reddit in response to my questions, and you've seen a lot of people are not very happy with what's happening here with Bungie. Incidentally, so far I've not had any Anteater and Baboons. These are the messages that we were getting yesterday. None of those were causing problems with gameplay today, but then on the other hand, I have no idea what's causing it, you know, I can't really tell. Trying to hit that milk spot in this distance, and that's quite hard. No, I won't be able to do that. Ah, we're getting some friends. Okay, that's good. Jacob's there. Good. Be easier for me to complete a strike with 2 people on board. Or at least just one more person. Zenny says, cool, I'll check it out. Excellent. No worries. I've sent it to your PlayStation app. You'll be able to see it on your PlayStation messages. It's, you know, like you sent me yesterday, your screenshots. I've done exactly the same thing. And you know, just a small reminder of what we were doing yesterday with Crota and everything else. Doing screenshots of our community-based activity is very useful, because other people see that we are a very busy community-based channel, and they'll join us, you know, they'll come in. People don't always join us immediately, but they'll have a look, they'll see what the what the broadcast is like and what the community is about, and then, you know, they'll join. I had lots of people coming in through Twitter and Instagram over the last 5 years. It's interesting that a lot of people don't like following Instagram and Twitter because of notifications, and it's interesting that sometimes they keep me on the search, and I look them up and I don't see them as followers or readers, and they keep coming, you know. I get so many notifications per day, all the time, on my phone and tablet, and it can be definitely disconcerting as well as sometimes annoying if one does many postings a day. Like, for instance, I sometimes have several hundred postings on Twitter, and stuck in there. Ah, that Minotaur got me. Ah. We both got killed. What's interesting is that on film dialogue, it was very easy to build a community of a few thousand people, but on the gaming dialogue, I've had about between 20 and 30,000 postings, and it's been very, very difficult to get people in. I don't really know what the difference is, to be honest with you. I guess it's attracting a different group of gamers, or a different group of readers, and people perhaps are not that interested in the general video gaming industry news and sort of looking more for personalized comments. So I'd be quite interested to hear what people think, because it's significantly different. And the system on both of these platforms is exactly the same. You know, it's attracting people who belong to a film viewing, film going, or video gaming communities, and a very different mindset, a very different sort of response. And generally the tweets are significantly different. I've got to say that on Reddit I get people who are really into serious discussions on everything video gaming related, but on Twitter I don't. Twitter people use for just kind of self-promotion to a degree. Back, and it was quite interesting, and it was a sort of discussion. That's gonna be tricky. I was discussing it with some professionals from music industries, and they indicated how the profile of the mindset of a person who is reading the news on Twitter is so significantly different to the ones doing it on Facebook. And most frequently, the follower on Twitter will not follow you on Facebook. And it's to do with the way the postings and the news are made, the way they're created. And that's the biggest difference, I guess. Sometimes certain platforms will have a greater appeal for a particular group of readers. So definitely very interesting psychology attached to it. Yeah, I just remember that I'm still having that rocket launcher on me, which is not what I want to be having. Swap it for Dark Drinker, and then load it with a synth. Yeah, I'm doing alright with the synths. I got now
I got killed as well. That's annoying. And he left.
I like this place better when it's there.
Oh, that's very exposed in here. It's not taking any damage. We're not too far from him. Ah, this will be a good remedy. Good. Super does it. So that worked. Yeah. Ah, look at that. Oh no, 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 no. This is no fun. Nobody's coming in. There's no matchmaking.
I like this place better when it's there.
Back to square one. I need some water. My brain is not working. After this strike I'll have a short break because I can feel that I need a snack.
what's that? You see, in these situations the sniper rifle is quite useful, because you can aim at that milk spot. I should have done it. It's like a goblin up there that got me. Darkness consumes you. I was consumed by the darkness. There you are. Just remember to eliminate the blight always first, because they cause all the problems. I missed him again. God, the amount of rounds coming my way. Crazy. Oh, that's good. Okay. So I unlocked something on my new... No. Yes, they do not want to leave me in peace. That's just a fact, isn't it? Right, so what did I want to see? This is special weapon loader. Okay. Well, we can do another synth for our secondary.
Okay, so that's not too bad. So where's the next one? Let's see. Ah, somebody else joined us. That will make it easier. There's too many of them at once. Look at that. Two of them. Okay. And the third one as well. Spammy. I don't believe it. I was waiting for too long, you know, with my aiming. It's taking too long. Ellen Dye 87. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. God, these snipers are so deadly. Boo! I've tethered everything in there. You can just eliminate if you come close range. Yeah, I've seen this before. Sukapupu used a shotgun for elevation. It's a good trick. Really funny as well. Yeah, I'm alive back again. Oh, this biggie, look at him. Bother. Yep. Ah, another one hidden in there. I didn't see him. He was hidden. Boo! Didn't see him at all. Well, now you can see him. He's yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you. Oh, look at that. Oh, how annoying. He got me with his rockets. He got me with his rockets.
Yeah, that was the last of him. He got what he deserved. Oh, silly acolytes in there. Ah. Oh no, no. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Yeah, we're just a bit unfortunate in there. Ah, no man. It's all the fun. Oh, someone got me from above. Look at that. Just double check something. Oh, those rockets are still hitting me. Don't know where this rocket came from. Thanks. Oh, he got me again. That's annoying. Should have gone really ahead with that sword of mine. Dark Drinker would have been better, I think. Thank you. went in the hole. Yep, that's it. Okay. And cut. Come on, my hand is beginning to ache for some reason. I don't think I've ever had this before. Don't know why. Well, someone else is joining us. We'll have a three-piece, which will help. I'm being burnt. We'll burn it to the ground. Someone who's quite keen on speed running it by the looks of it just joined us. Oh yeah, I was gonna rely you as well. Oh, he got me from above. Wasn't careful enough. Thank you. Well, he's still alive. That's ridiculous. He really should have been gone long ago. Look at this. Another rocket got me. These rockets are deadly. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I've got to say that before the expiry, in about 10 minutes, these sealers are really quite difficult. Even more so compared to what we experienced earlier in the week, so I'm curious, really. I've done this strike quite a few times last week, but it's just like every single time seems to be a different difficulty level. What we did not see yesterday and today was the bosses that were impossible to neutralize. So that's significantly different, because I've had bosses last week in Sealers that would take like 30 rockets. Sorry, my fault. They were invisible, I didn't see them here on my screen. Should have just used my dark drinker. Things would have been better. Oh, we've gone there already. Okay. I need to get my Galahorn then. Hang on, just give it a second. I need to change my heavy. Something that will be better and more effective. And this strike.
Why was I killed? I was hiding. Ah, that is no fun. At least I have 5 rockets left. Let's just hit him hard right from the start. See? No, that will not do. I'm too close. I'm too close. Thank you. Well, we'll start from the beginning. We'll start from the beginning. Don't have that many rockets anymore. Well, it didn't cause that much damage. I haven't got anything now anymore, look at that. Let's see if I can pick up some ammunition.
Our goblin got me. Didn't really see him at all. Thank you. Nice, the Undying Mind that got me. Yeah, just let it be. Don't revive, just let it be, because it's a bit too difficult, I think. Yeah, I thought so. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I picked up one rocket, surprisingly. Too late. Can't believe that I got killed again in there. Annoying. Well, thank you. Let's get out of here. Got killed again. Ah. Thank you. What's the life on the boss there? See if I can pick up another synth. Maybe. Okay. This Minotaur is a real menace, look at him. Yeah, good, thank you. Got 3 rockets left, so that should do. I didn't get him. Wasn't a clean shot, unfortunately. Ah, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Let's see. 2 rockets.
Yeah, it didn't, you know, the boss is not taking a lot of damage, that's the trouble, and that's the way it's been in Seaver's last week. There is some ammunition in here, so that's good. Alright. Just one rocket, that's not really a lot, is it? Can't get a clear line of sight on the boss. Ah. Well, that'll be better. Come on, turn around. Not great. Our friend's glitched out by the looks of it. The boss didn't take any damage, you know, it's a stitched it almost nil. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I got it wrong again. Got stuck on the wall in there. Thank you. Yeah, I kind of prefer the other part. The boss got me again. Thank you. To get away from here, because that's really not a good spot. Yeah, that worked. Alright. But I haven't got any more rockets. Don't think I can pick up another synth yet. I can. Okay. That's good. Try to be as precise as possible with the boss. That should be good. Gave him 2 pills. Thank you. Is he taking any damage at all? What's his life now? Wasted that rocket. It was too close to the wall. This boss is like really powerful. I haven't got any ammunition anymore. Alright.
I didn't get any ammunition again. That's annoying. I thought I would. Well, I need rockets. Yeah, you still got about 25%, so... Yeah, cool. Nope. No clear line of sight in there. Well, surely at least one rocket somewhere. Ah, that is ridiculous. Yeah, we need to avoid that last wave because the last wave is destroying us, in fact. Well, it was like precise shots. I think I got them all in the milk spots, more or less. Maybe synth, maybe not. Let's see. Okay. Where from? Our friends had enough because the strike appears to be too difficult. In actual fact, it's a bit like a Nightfall strike. I wonder whether that's exactly what it is. Not ordinary receiver.
Patience is a virtue. That's what it is. I've got 5, okay. Should be able to that was another one from behind me. Oh, that's no fun. Be immune. What's going on? Well, there's one left. Where? Oh, 2. No. We have another friend joining us, so that's good. Make it easier. I'm respawning. That's a good shot.
That just didn't work. Next synth, maybe? If we can pick up one. We can. Oh, that's good. Time flies. Oh, there's, no, he nearly got me. He nearly got me. He can't be immune, it's a bang-on shot, come on. Ah, that was me being stupid. Losing concentration. Too close to the wall. Ah, not funny. Ah, Francis, I hate this boss. Yes, Zenith. This boss in the course of this week is extremely powerful. And this is a Seaver, but I think it's run as almost like a Nightfall Strike, you know? I think it is. Because the boss is taking so little damage, it's crazy. Honestly. Too late. You got me again. It's very little time to launch a rocket. I think probably Kroitek would be better. Gjallarhorn is a bit slow, you know. Powerful, but slow. Oh, Deployments here. Hello, how are you doing? So good to see you. It's been a long while. In fact, we were talking about you the other day with our community members, because we have some new people from New Zealand and Australia who joined our community. So, you know, really good fun. And, well, the strikes are glitched, so they turn out to be very difficult, more difficult than usual. You know, this is almost like a proper Nightfall Strike, because the boss is taking very little damage. I mean, we've had it already here for quite some time, and I've had several people rotating, and I guess it was about like 1 or 1.5% on the boss per rocket. So that's the way it's been with Seavers this week. Launched one rocket whilst it's still tethered. Our friend Deployments is talking about me. Well, no, I just mentioned that we have lots of members from Australia and New Zealand, and that I've not heard from Donza and yourself for a little while, you know, so that was the conversation. You probably know Ali God. He also joined our community of late, so we had a bit of a chat about our community members from Down Under and, you know, from New Zealand. So it was that sort of discussion. Yeah, I think lots of people don't have enough stamina to get through some of those difficult Seavers, because obviously the maintenance, it's not done properly, and they turn out to be more difficult than usual, you know. It's good fun, really, a bit of a challenge. Oh, I've got one rocket left, okay. So let's make sure not to fire it into the wall, which is what I've done earlier. I didn't hit him because I'm a bit far. Ah, that's annoying. So how have you been, sir? How's everything? We've not talked for a little while. I've not streamed actually anything for about a year because of the internet related problems, and that's been resolved finally now, so you know, you can see that everything's a bit better compared to the past. Curious to hear whether you are enjoying our recent Season of the Deep, in the sequel. Ah, he got me. Too close. Maybe you want to join my Reddit, because on Reddit I'm getting quite a lot of Destiny veterans coming in and you know, telling us a bit about their own thoughts regarding the current state of play really with Destiny and Bungie. And I haven't got any. I was actually reading out quite a lot of those comments earlier today, and we had about 22, 25 members coming in and telling us what they thought of the recent stuff. I got hit again. Celestial Doggo, I played with this community member in the past as well. Our friend says, I've been okay, I've fallen out of favour of Destiny 2 as of late, haven't played it in a hot minute. You know, that's basically the flavour I got from other people who wrote on Reddit, and they're all saying exactly the same thing. And the biggest complaint is about these lengthy grinds, you know, that's the biggest thing. Lengthy grinds and then repetition. Oh, we've got our friend wanting to join us. Just a second, we'll bring him in. Yeah, Zenith, I've sent you an invite, so you should be able to just join in straight away. Yeah, lots of people complained about repetition, repetitive content, and the seasons being half-baked, and I guess the most recent one is about the servers, because people feel that the servers are simply not maintained properly, and you get lots of error messages and crashes. In the both games really, we've had today no problems at all with crashes, but like yesterday, Baboon and Anteater errors kept popping up all the time, and we were doing quota, so you know, it was really very disheartening. Oh, I got hit again. Oh, thank you. Our friend Zenith joined us. Very good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us, and it will be easier for us to complete with a 3-piece. We've not had actually a 3-piece in this strike so far today. Man, the boss is so strong. Oh, there will be some rockets in there. Oh, that's good. Just grab these double rockets in here. Okay. Oh, it's just 2. I thought there's going to be at least 4. Ah, that's not very good, is it? You see? I keep hitting him, bang on shots, and I get the message saying he's immune. Why is he immune to my Gallifhorn? Shouldn't be. Yeah, stay put for a minute, don't get hit, because both of us are presently down. Thank you. charged. No more rockets. I got hit as well. I'll respond to our friends deployment shortly. I just have to be a bit focused on a strike because we are just about to complete it and we've been grinding it ready for a little while, so apologize for not being able to respond immediately. Must make sure that I'll respawn as soon as yep. Oh no. Can't believe they caught me from behind. Look at that. That is so annoying. Careful. Yeah, obviously it's a lot easier when we are a squad of 3. I don't have any more rockets. But the rockets have been so ineffective so far, you know, it's like really no joy. See, it keeps being immune all the time for some reason, don't know why. Well, let's not waste it because it's got like 10%, well, less than 10%, 5% left. Too close. Oh no, we jinxed it. Ah, that's heartbreaking. The boss was down to less than 5%. Oh no, no, no. Let me see what our friend said. He said, a really old game I used to play when I was a teenager is getting a second game. Sadly, I don't think it will be as good as the original game when it was in the early access. Which one? You mean Marathon? Because Marathon was one of the old Bungie games in the 90s, and they've gone down the route of doing it as a PvP. The new game, and I don't think it will be as complex or as grand as Destiny, but we're all a bit concerned whether the team's going to be very busy with Marathon rather than doing the maintenance here for you know, for close to a destruction yet again. Should be able to get more. Just don't have Kreutzer on me. It's in my vault. Our friend says that he was unfortunately getting some adverts. Well, that's yet again another invention of Twitch. Of late, they just really keep doing this, and I don't really have any control over this, to be honest with you, because I can sort of place the ads within the stream, but they keep doing it in a way which is not responding to that at all. So I'll say in a minute. I actually did respond to the message whilst the ads were up and running, and I'll tell you in a minute, so just bear with me. I really want to make sure that we don't jinx it this time. Because we were down, well, the boss was down to about less than 5%, and then we all got killed. There's definitely a glitch, because on one hand I'm getting the stats indicating the damage, and then I get also the message saying the boss is immune. Well, the boss can't be immune. Or shouldn't be immune, right? Should be... Come on, turn around. Oh, it's too tight. One more rocket. So what's the damage now? Let's see. It's very little. I mean, 5 rockets, it took like so little damage. I apologize to deployman, you know, I've got to really get this strike sorted, and then I'll tell you what I was saying earlier. And then you got these ads, dreaded ads. They're doing exactly the same thing on YouTube and Twitch, you know. Doesn't matter what we say or how we organize the ads within a stream, they're just persevering, because for them that's the easiest, the best, and the least costly method of advertising, of monetizing. I mean, so everyone's so enraged by the whole thing, but you know, they don't care. I watched some streams recently as well, and suddenly you get the ads, the streams minimized to the top right corner, and then you can't hear the sound. Isn't it audio? Well, they have serious problem with monetizing, as they struck several deals with other companies, you know, to allow them to import overlays and add-ons and tipping, as well as donations and charitable fundraising and all sorts. So obviously they're losing out very sizably, yet these deals are beneficial to a degree to them, and they're trying to find various methods to which they are going to be able to monetize, and I'm afraid lots of these methods are not particularly good. They're not really working in favor of the streamer. As well as the new regulations and rules. I know you heard about the certification, which is what they've introduced last week, and I can't really do certification on console because it doesn't pop up on the menu when, you know, before you launch a stream. And I've had people responding already saying I can do it through the dashboard or through the app, but I can't really. I didn't find a way to which I can do that. Our friend says just the Wolfpack rounds hitting his shield, which is immune. No issues. Destiny 1 Night Force were built differently. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But the problem here is that they're not doing the maintenance, you know. So we've had, for instance, Sievers, which are basically Nightfalls, and the bosses that are incredibly hard to kill. You get like red bar enemies that are incredibly strong, a bit like mini bosses, and it's been like this already for a couple of weeks. I don't know what's causing it, but it's definitely significantly different. It's not just the mods, you know. I thought about it initially, but it's not on every strike. Like this strike is like this. The ones we played before this Siva wasn't as bad as this. It was significantly different. So. Not doing too bad this time. see whether I can get some more of my munition. Yeah, I can. That's good. Okay, we'll give him a few more pills. Stuck on the wall. Oh, that's good. Because these Minotaurs were causing me trouble. Should be able to eliminate the boss now, I think. It's taking too little damage. It's just exactly the same like on the last round. The boss has got like 2% left, but no rockets. Trying to chisel him off with my fusion rifle, which is also quite powerful. Okay, so that's good. I've got my super. I'll try to use my super on the boss. Oh, finally, at long last. Look. Finally, that's all resolved. Well done, boys. It's taken us a long while. Honestly, really.
The Black Garden remains here among the light.
Nagari Cloak and Legendary Engram. Oh well.
And we must keep it here until we can understand.
Okay, that sounds good. Let's just jump on the chest. A bit of dancing in that. This was really a lengthy battle. Look at this. That's taken a long while with leave matchmaking. And I can then respond to our friend Deployman, who was asking us a few questions. I do apologise for not being able to respond, because I really wanted to bring it to a close, because otherwise people get a bit annoyed with the strike being so lengthy. But the fact is, we've had other people helping us out earlier. We had a team of 3 at one point, and then we the other people just had enough. They thought it was too difficult to complete, which actually it wasn't. It was just the question of the tactics and strategies and how you approach the boss, because it's always the best if 2 people have Galahorn or rocket launchers, and then the third person has Dark Drinker or something else that's dealing with the ads, because really the boss will need 2 different Galahorns if we want to kind of resolve this in good time. Our friend says yeah, I've read all the messages that our friend Deployment sent. Yeah, what I said earlier when you were asking about this other game, I said, is the game you played the old game, Marathon? Because that was one of the old Bungie games from the 90s, and they're now reworking it into like a brand new product, state-of-the-art, next-gen. But it's going to be just a tiny PvP, I think, similar to what we have in the Crucible. It doesn't have the elements of something massive, grand, epic like Destiny. But obviously we're all worried that perhaps their attention is being, I guess, gravitating towards the new game rather than doing something for Destiny. On the other hand, lots of our questions will be answered in August when they have the major Destiny showcase event, and then we'll see really what the state of play is and what the future will bring. I think generally they changed direction. On one hand, they've had the idea of Destiny being a 10, 15, 20-year project that is going to have this ever-evolving universe that is always growing, always expanding. I think in recent times, certainly within the last 18 months, they experienced some problems with the number of gamers still doing it, and there's been a serious drop, I think, among some of the veterans because they felt the game was repetitive and having issues with the servers and generally not being happy with the content. So I think the way it looks at the moment to me, don't quote me, it's just my assumption, is that they are just getting cold feet on some of the ideas. We've not seen much of Destiny 1 integration as promised. We have not seen a lot of that content coming into the sequel. We did see significant enhancement of the seasonal content with weekly story-based missions and very interesting content, I thought, and a good integration of some activities that are repetitive with the rest that would be new. Also what I liked was integrating the story within the overall activity, so some of the grinds become a bit more meaningful and more emphasis on the story, which was not the case in the first game in particular or at the beginning of the sequel when launched. So there are pros and cons, and I think for everyone who's been used to doing Destiny every single week and doing like a lot of tasks, well, I think lots of those people are quite disappointed because there is the element of repetition both in tasks as well as with the overall concept. You know, they feel, what's the point of doing the Iron Banner yet again? Why are we doing now the Crucible yet again, or Gambit? We don't really need any of this. What's the idea of Guardian Games? And the idea is to raise some of those activities for the new members, you know, because they want newbies to be coming in. But I'm not 100% sure whether there are such large numbers of new people coming in view of some of the feedback and that. I would need to look into this really, the detailed analysis. What we did see was with the latest raid, that had been the most popular event that Destiny and Bungie had launched all together. The night of the launch, which was that particular Friday, was absolutely packed with people both doing it and others watching it on Twitch. So it's probably the most successful launch of any content that Destiny and Bungie had so far. So it tells you that the dissatisfaction is less to do with the overall desire to depart from the game, more linked to the desire to have greater quality content. And I don't think it's possible to be throwing in, massive new content every 3 months, because as you've seen with other AAA blockbusters, the content which is based on campaign or anything else that is introduced as new will require a massive input, both technically and from the human resources, and it's trouble. I don't know whether you played Elder Scrolls Online, because they have similar concept, and it's again another game that does have a very, very good, very supportive community attached to the title. So I'm wondering if you played Elder Scrolls Online, whether you felt they were doing it better than ZeniMax, right, with the new content, because I've seen they're introducing lots of DLCs, and I've not played any of those as yet. I've tried the game when it came out within the first year, and I quite liked it. It was definitely very appealing, yet quite different to the previous single-player games. And I'm just wondering about the actual strategy and the concept, whether you also felt, if you played Elder Scrolls Online, whether you felt that they had a better idea in terms of how to warm up the overall group of veterans who are still there. I've not seen that many complaints come in compared to Destiny, but then to be fair, I've not been reading Reddit or Twitter, which is, I guess, attached to that game, so I'm probably missing out on some of the dissatisfaction. But what I did notice, whenever I went into Elder Scrolls Online, as soon as I walked through the wilderness, there were quite a few people coming in and approaching me straight away, wanting me to do certain tasks with them. So it's very easy, very friendly, very interactive immediately on the spot as you enter the game, which in fact is not the case here. You know, I've not seen that many people approaching me in the tower. Then on the other hand, to be fair, Destiny's been around for longer, and it does have a different sort of content, you know. So I mean, I approached quite a few people who had funky outfits and, you know, danced a bit in the tower and then connected, and there's been a number of those chaps who actually came to my community, and they also played live online together with me. It's not a massive number, but, you know, there is a certain group of people who kind of enjoy that sort of interactivity. So I'm just curious, really, in terms of the comparison. And our friend says, no, it was a game called Robocraft by FreeJam. It's this voxel-based builder game where you build a bot with guns and fight others. Yeah, I've heard of the game, but I've not played it. Was it a PC game or console-based? Would have been 10 years ago when I first started playing. Okay. No, I just had the image that perhaps you were referring to Marathon, because, you know, Marathon's been in the air coming from Bungie, and just made this link because not many people of the current Destiny generation remember Marathon, or, you know, would have played it or anything like that. And that certainly, I don't even know whether the new game is like a remake, or whether it's just the same title and it's a completely different game in concept and everything else. I've not played Marathon in the past, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Obviously this is going to be a PvP game, and we just need to wait and see. I think that's probably the most important thing. And let me see. Yeah. Alright, so let's go. We got our friend Zenith in there, and we'll do a bit of admin and we'll see what has been unlocked so far. I managed to unlock something on Graviton Forfeit, heavy lifting. Okay, gain bonus soup energy from heavy weapons, from melee kills. Probably heavy lifting is more applicable, because I use my heavy quite a lot, particularly Dark Drinker, and then I'm recharging. I mean, melee kills are present, but they're not really, and on the minions of the darkness, so it's like quite specific. Hands-on seems to be better. So we'll keep this. We got another one, better already. Shield recovery, still a bit to go. And then let's see, we've got several things that we do not need. And Nagari cloak. Well, that looks awesome. Look at that. I want to keep my cloak that I'm presently wearing, which is Shroud of Flies, and it turned me into a fly. Actually, I looked more like a fly from the front as well, with the other items that are equipped. That was sort of semi-flammable, but I'm using the other ones in order to unlock perks. So the idea that I have at the moment is we'll do many of these, which we consider either beautiful in terms of their vanity qualities, or useful because the perks, and then we'll just masterwork them, keep them in the vault. Everything else we'll delete. So that's the new idea, new concept that I've come up with in order to free up my inventory and everything that is stashed, because the vault, you know, better to keep everything fully accessible. Otherwise it can be, we collect some really good loot in certain activities like Nightfalls, for instance, and if there is any space, the loot is lost. So unlike in some other... Oh yeah, our friend says it was on PC. That sounds like a good game. In fact, on Xbox Game Pass they have quite a number of these mechanized armor types of games, you know, with the robots that you use in order to fight various enemies, and some of them are very good. I've not played many, but actually there was one game that I thought was absolutely astonishing good, and I can't remember the title. What I do every week is, when, you know, usually introduce between 3 to 6 games per week, I just go through them and get a flavour to see what the games are like, and then the sheer volume, the number of titles and everything is a bit hard to remember. For the exceptional ones, obviously I'll take a note and then I'll be able to recall the title. But for those that I just quickly look at, it's very hard to remember every single one. It's the same for everyone. If you talk to the guys that work in film and music industry, they'll tell you it's the sheer volume, and we've got to really prioritize and single out certain titles, otherwise it's impossible to remember anything. So you know, it's that sort of thing. Well, being able to access that many games at once just through streaming services is absolutely astonishing. I never thought that this was going to be made possible. It's really mind-boggling. When I consider that on PlayStation Plus and Xbox Game Pass, I have more than 1,000 games which I can access at any time of day, is just incredible. You know, it's just really, to say that I'm too spoiled for choice is an understatement. And I will be resorting to a system that will be as follows: one big AAA blockbuster, probably RPG story driven, so that's the main chunk that I play consistently day after day. An indie game that is easy to complete, maybe 10 to 15 hours of gameplay. And then the third will be a shooter PvP, like Apex, PUBG, Warzone style, yeah. And these are the three that I played during the last few years, and that's it, because there's no room or space for anything else. And obviously, being a streamer, I got to be streaming, and we stream Destiny mainly in here. We did stream Apex and Warzone in the past as well. Warzone at the time was attracting quite a large number of players and built a very, very good community during that sort of COVID period. And we've had, that was like a COVID support group that I was running here. But you know, it's good to see that people still play Destiny 1, and we've had quite a few people who otherwise had been in the sequel who migrated back to Destiny 1 because they feel that the sequel is just like flogging a dead horse. I don't really agree with that. I find the sequel to be definitely providing us with a variety of different options. It's a different sort of game, and one can really play one or the other depending on the mood, whether you feel like doing a variety or whether you want to be doing something that is highly challenging and grindy and with a greater level of satisfaction overall. If you're looking at the team effort, like for instance the raids in here, Nightfall Strikes and Pinnacle Weapon Quest, these are definitely providing a different kind of enjoyment.
The Slayer of Oryx, then?
Our friend Deployman says, when the game came out first, it was really good, and they made some changes and the game was never the same afterwards, which is sad, as I have many memories from back then. Well, that's both pros and cons, isn't it, of the way things are today, because if you look at it, you'll have the games that consistently change with the process of their evolution, and you've seen, for instance, No Man's Sky, the game that initially was not particularly well received, and it's an amazing game today. You've had, well, Destiny 1, for instance, a similar sort of thing, changed as we went along. Destiny 2 even more so. And you know, running these games on online servers gives that muscle to the developer, and we do want to see the changes for the better if the game doesn't perform, as it's been the case with Anthem and Cyberpunk and recently Redfall. But you know, we don't want to see changes that are actually ruining the enjoyment, and that can also happen. Excuse me, I talked today, in fact, about the mindset of a gamer and a developer, and these could be quite different. You know, the development team of a particular company like Bungie, they may take a perspective or a position on how to be engaging the gamers, how they want to be doing certain things in the long term, and they think this is amazing and brilliant. And then actually, when you talk to the community, people say, well, no, we don't really find that to be particularly interesting. I guess with Destiny I'm in two minds about this, but I can tell you, for instance, I thought with Anthem, the game that failed completely, sadly, because it has some sections and some elements which I think are phenomenal, but all of that's been just completely overshadowed by the negativity due to its own technical problems. They thought that creating like specific suits, right, that give those players, 4 players in a squad, special abilities that are significantly different from one another, will be entertaining to everyone in the community, people who played Bioware games in the past, because, you know, a big complaint, or I should say a request coming from Mass Effect community was, we want to have a proper multiplayer system in Mass Effect so we can be playing together with our friends, you know, like a team of 3. And still, that's very difficult with to me, single player games and the games that are based on decision making, because ultimately that cannot be easily presented within the multiplayer format as it stands today. I think technically there are some issues. Hang on, I need to get some water because my voice is gone. Bear with me. I'll be back in a second. Yes, I apologize for this unexpected break due to my croaky voice, which is caused by a lengthy stream and also by heat. It's actually very warm here where I am, not as hot as it was during the last couple of weeks, but the setup with my Sony Bravia is producing a phenomenal heat. Sony Bravia sets are, you know, generating a lot of heat as they're being used, and the set I've got is not the latest. It's been around for a little while, so it's a big bulky TV that weighs about, I think, 35 kilos, and it does produce a lot of heat. So in fact, during the winter months, and particularly as we had lengthy cold periods for some time, I didn't really need any heating in this area of the building. I could just simply switch the telly on and play games and it'd be warm enough. It's quite extraordinary. But when you have like massive scorching heats outside, then it's a different story. And I don't leave my windows wide open whilst doing my streams for obvious reasons, so I leave on the ground floor. Anyway, coming back to what I was saying, was the difference in that mindset, right? The mindset of the gamer and the mindset of the developer. Because at the end of the day, for Anthem, they thought that everyone would jump on these suits. They thought it was fantastic, it blending in perfectly well, and compared it to Mass Effect and also Andromeda, and you know, people wanted to have multiplayer, so they were able to make like an incredible multiplayer for everyone to enjoy. And you can choose whether you're going to be a 2-piece, 3-piece, 4-piece, whatever. When you play the game initially, I remember when I was doing it on the initial demo, it just didn't really connect. And that suit reminded me of what we had in Andromeda with his weird jumps, you know, where you can get elevated. It didn't connect. The developer thought it was going to be amazing, but actually the community thought, well, it's interesting, but you know, we don't really find that particularly exciting. So there could be always a mismatch, and the developers need to be a lot more alert on what happens and what is generally happening on and social networking forums where people talk about their enjoyment of certain aspects of gameplay, and that is very much prone to trends. People do like different things at different times. A few years back we've seen everything was very hot as far as the Battle Royale system was concerned, was newly introduced, and we've had hundreds of millions of people worldwide playing Apple Apex Legends and PUBG and other games like Overwatch, for instance, etc. But that is a trend. That is something that comes up and then it goes away. I think what we know from video gaming in general, if you go back like 30-40 years, is that the most popular games that have the sort of the longest lifespan are those that are based on very good, very immersive story, and the games that have that decision-making process fully integrated. So when you replay the game, let's say a different character, or you change the narrative, you play the character a bit more abrasively rather than being very friendly and amicable, you will get a different sort of outcome. These games will have always the greatest replayability, and they will be treasured. It's a bit like a book, you know, which you can read 10 or 15 times. You've read it so many times, but every single time you discover something new. So that's really what I think, and I look forward to seeing some other adjustments applied to certain games if we consider them to be very necessary in order to enhance the gameplay and everything that the game offers. I don't really look forward to the games where you get things introduced that are not going to be of benefit. So I think Bungie, to be fair, irrespective of all those complaints, is a company that has been very much in tune with the gaming community and the gamers' fan base, and they have responded to many different things. But then on the other hand, you know, they also have their own issues. I know that during the pandemic they said, well, we couldn't really deliver things, etc. But I think in view of the monetization, and particularly that being done quite aggressively in recent months or within this year, I really feel that this is not particularly acceptable for the long-time Destiny gamers, because people pay the revenue to play the game. The game is expensive, and they are constantly beefing up on the components which you need to be purchasing, like for instance dungeon keys, or you know, the things which do affect what you do. Where in fact in the past we've heard, well, we're never going to do this because all of these things could be acquired through the gameplay. So they, you know, they change direction somewhat, and that is not seen as very positive. I also think they had based the, you know, some of their statements about the overall direction of the game on huge idealism, and there is this sort of harsh reality creeping in. Anyone who works in the industry, I'm certain, will tell you that like everything else in life, the maintenance of these games, the overall production costs, and the human resources, you know, basically are very, very costly. And as everything else is extremely expensive, particularly energy, this is costing a bomb. So they are being pushed to the methods which perhaps are not the most popular in order to be able to deliver the services in a longer term. And you know, us as gamers may not be fully aware of this. So it's like lots of different issues together. I still think Destiny is one of the most incredible pioneering projects that we've seen in video gaming, and it does provide quite a multitude of options for people to play, to engage, to build on communities, and I just hope that they'll carry on doing this. I don't want to see simpler Battle Royale style games, PvP games, like what Marathon's supposed to be, tarnishing the overall accessibility to the game and the overall enjoyment that so many people have had over the years. Whether this sort of game can be as long lasting as 15, 20 or 30 years is something to be seen. It will be also dependent on the tech that is being introduced and invented. You know, like Todd Howard said the other day, I had this idea that I want to do Starfield in 1999, so that is 24 years ago, but he knew that this was a grand idea and they couldn't really capitalize on it through the tech that was available in those days, and they were also pushing it a bit during the last 10 years to make sure that everything will blend in. And I think that's been the problem with Anthem. They've really jumped the gun. They should have left the game for extra 5 to 10 years for the tech to be perhaps more evolved and provide everything that the game required. That's my opinion, and maybe employed a few more people on the game in order to work on the story and connect loose ends, which were very present when the game came out. Alright, my friends, let's see what I picked up here, because I will be ending the stream very shortly. It's been a lengthy stream today. We've been already live on there for more than 5 hours, and we had a very, very good community support. Very grateful to our friends Deployman and Zenith and everyone else who popped in, said hello. Byronic Hero, let me see what Byronic Hero is. Okay, so we can simply keep that in the vault. We have Event Horizon. I know for certain we have this weapon in the vault, so I shall delete it. I don't really want it. What am I doing? Not something that we were expecting. 378. There was something I wanted to. Hang on a minute. What was it? Rocket launcher 390. There was. It's 400. 400. 400. Yeah, I guess 400. Oh yeah. Well, okay, fine. We'll just increase it. Something wicked will increase to 400. No big deal. Why? Looks like we can't be infusing it with this blue one. That's weird. I thought we could do that. Okay. That's weird. Maybe I forgot about it. Maybe I'm just forgetful. I don't really know. But we don't need this oligarch. We can just get rid of it. Raku Poltergeist. Okay. I think Raku we put in the vault. Mind you, we've got this Raku in there. Let's see just what perks we can unlock. Infusion, super energy and grenade kills, special weapon kills, increasing. It's nothing really, nothing amazing, but still useful. Not a fantastic roll as one would expect it to be. Hang on a minute, what have I got there? It's masterwork. That's masterwork. Infinite grips. Let's see what's coming. Oh, Imago Loops in there. Let's see. No, that's not it. We are actually looking for Imago Loop that's got explosive rounds, and that is what we talked about yesterday. So this one we don't need. Anything else? The Ghost we don't need. What else is there for us to pick up? Oh, it's Legendary Engram. Okay. Yeah, this one we don't need either. Nor do we need that one. All done, all done. Let me see what that cloak is like. I'm curious. The one we picked up. Nagari Cloak, Vanguard Champion, Scout Rifle Focus, Increased Intellect. Okay. See whether there is space for that to go in. And armor. Doesn't look like it. It's all cluttered. See, this is Brawler's Cloak. What have I got there? Maybe one of these. I need to spot somewhere. Cloak of Perception. Well, I'll pick up some of that some other time. I don't want to really bore everyone with my admin. Not a good idea. We'll go and pick up that engram or decode it with Master Rahul.
Cade scouts have brought us some intrigue, but wisely.
Diluvian machine gun. World frame, high caliber rounds. What's this? Surrounded. Yeah, that's not too bad. I should be able to put this in the vault.
Back out into the dark, hunter.
Not enough space again. That's so annoying. You know, I really need to sort this out one day. I need to really get rid of everything. Oh, that's masterworked. Yeah. Don't want to get rid of this. I masterworked it. The curtain call. Anton's rule. No, that's not it. Mulligan, fitted stock, rangefinder. That's nothing amazing. So we'll delete that one. And then we'll go back to the vault and put the other one in. And that's going to be it for today. I'm getting a bit tired. I don't want to bore everyone with my admin and everything else. I want to thank our friend Zenith. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being here today. Let me just take a screenshot of this. See what I can do a clip as well. It's not doing clips for some reason. I don't know why. Need to investigate the reason for that. And there we are. So I want to thank all of our friends. Want to thank Zenith for joining us and helping us out with that dreadfully difficult strike, which apparently was not the Nightfall strike, just the Siva, but it looked very much like the weekly Nightfall, which indeed we were completing in the course of this week. And I think we've already had the reset, so there should be some other strikes introduced. We'll obviously experience and attempt to unravel the mystery on what these ones are tomorrow. Yeah, so I want to thank our friend Zenith. I want to thank our Deployman, our friends from Down Under. Thank you very much for popping in, saying hello. Really great to hear from you. Great to connect with some of our long-time community members, which is wonderful. And I remember Deployman and me talked about playing Destiny 2 for some time, as Destiny 2 became cross-platform. You remember that? And we've never actually found the time. So what I'll do is, when I play Destiny 2 outside of my broadcasting hour, then I'll ping you a message and I'll ask you whether you want to join us, because we can do it together. And we talked about it for quite some time, right? I don't have that many people who join me for the sequel. I've had Captain Jack, I've had iGoose, I had Sekapupu. I mean, probably talk about a couple of dozen people, but still always great to engage with the gameplay when we are bringing in our community members who are communicating to us via Twitch. So that's always good, and I look forward to this. And fortunately, the sequel is now cross-platform, so we are going to be able to do it. All right, my friends. Well, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for supporting the channel. Just want to remind everyone that we are running a fundraising campaign for Mind. This is a UK-based charity that provides services for people with mental health issues, and the services are delivered by their professionals and volunteers. They have various offices based in our local communities countrywide, so I'm trying to raise the revenue for the charity within the period of 6 months. We started with the campaign on the 1st of June, and it will end on the 31st of December of this year. So if anyone wants to help us and support us, please make sure that you click on the link which is on my about page, and I will post it very shortly here on the chat, and just read everything about it. And if you can, if you have time, or if you wish to indeed contribute, then you can obviously share that with some of your friends, associates, and everyone else on your social networking platforms, because that will help us to raise the profile and get as many people as possible to support the charity. So thank you in advance for that, much appreciated. All right, we come to the end of our time for today. This stream is now ending. I want to thank everyone for supporting the channel, the fundraising, and our community. As always, great to see you, great to have you here live on air, and we'll be back tomorrow. So let's just have a cup of tea, maybe have some dinner, and then relax. For myself, it's going to be a bit of a supper straight away after I conclude the stream, and then I'll go swimming, which is what I do every single day, and I really look forward to that. Hopefully it's not too hot outside, and my swimming session will be followed up by a very nice breezy refreshing stroll. We live in very near our local nature reserve, so it's very easy for me just to walk through the local area and get to the forest and enjoy some of that beautiful fresh air, enjoy everything that I can encounter when I go for this stroll. So let me see, we have Zenith gifted a tier 1 sub deploy man. They've given 2 gift subs in the channel. Oh, thank you so much, Zenith, for gifting it to a deploy man. Just subscribed for 2 months in a row, so I really appreciate that, and thank you so much for that. That really is tremendously supportive to myself and the channel and our community. And as I said many times, the costs have been rising, and the way I'm delivering this stream at the moment is through several platforms. So we have Stream Elements, we have Rainmaker, we have Lightstream involved, and obviously, and then we have obviously the cost of the internet, the router, and all other things attached to the platform which I'm using for our everyday streams of Destiny. So it will really help, and I'm really very grateful, and I thank Zenith and Deployman for supporting the channel and our community. It is truly appreciated, and it will be of tremendous assistance. And as you've seen, we have also the links there for fundraising, for tipping, for cheers, for bits, and I think the overlays are quite nice, and they're not very intrusive. They give you just information on whatever is happening here within the community in terms of follows, subscriptions, cheers, bits, and all other kind of sociable activities that we have. And please feel free to share any of that information anywhere on your social networking platforms, because it will help not just myself and our community, but also other newbie small streamers on Twitch and YouTube, because people are presently getting engaged with a variety of different activities, providing very interesting, very diverse content. So it's not just about gaming, it could be anything from cooking to cleaning to walking through your local town, introducing parks and places of interest to the viewers. It's quite astonishing how the entire activity had diversified, and the quantity of things on offer are really mind-boggling, and I really support this because I think anyone can become a significant content creator if they are to apply their own creative skills and literally at very low cost. So the opportunities are rising, and you have seen that some people have succeeded through the work they've done on their channel in other areas, and they became involved with various other companies that are not specifically games related, but indeed those companies had spotted their broadcasting or interactive skills, and they were able to utilize on this. So the whole process is opening up many opportunities for literally everyone, and then the support which is received through tipping, through cheers, bits and subscriptions is of huge significance, because that makes everyone alive, well, healthy and active. And as you know, Twitch always take 50% of that, and at the end of the day, everyone is then being supported by those people who are regular viewers and participants. So anyway, I've got to go. So thank you very much for supporting us. Thank you for watching the stream. I wish you all a very good night, and I shall see you all tomorrow. All the best.